all offseason. However, a Florida prosecutor declined to formally charge him yesterday. The NFL announced that they will be conducting their own investigation in the case. Judkins is the only remaining rookie from this past draft that has yet to sign his entry-level contract. The Browns are also reportedly signing former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Bond faced a sexual assault charge that surfaced just before the NFL draft, causing him to remain undrafted. However, it was announced yesterday that there was not enough substantial evidence to formally charge Bond. Cleveland.com's Mary Kay Cabot reported last night that the Browns will be doing their due diligence on Bond and have not signed him yet. Over in the MLB, the Blue Jays get back on the winning track last night, beating the Cubs 2-1. The Mets lose to the Braves 4-3. The Yankees were off last night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. No egg salad sandwiches in sight. We're on our way to a great weekend as a result. We've got lots to get to today. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. He's got a big fantasy football 3-day. I think it's really on a one-day fantasy football event, but he's out because of fantasy football trips and stuff like that. So it's just me with Josh and Owen both here today as well. So no quad box potential. At least not till 9 o'clock. Nick Mendola's coming in studio at 9 o'clock. But do we have a tri-box? Is that – all right. We do have the ability to do that on the YouTube feed. If you want to watch us, stream us, see us, you can do that, of course, every morning. Like and subscribe us on YouTube. Listen on the air or on the app or whatever. I don't know if anybody's tapping out the show in Morse code or anything like that. Like however else we could broadcast, we'll add to it. We're on Twitch. I forgot about Twitch. Don't want to forget about Twitch. So, yeah, join us however you can. Coming up on the show today at 7 o'clock, just added to the list of guests. At 7 o'clock, Howard Simon's going to join us, in part to talk about Art Wander, who passed away. Howard has a piece up on our website at WGR550.com, remembering a Buffalo broadcasting legend. Art Wander passed away at the age of 98. So we've got Howard to talk about, James Cook and all that, but I felt it important to pay tribute to Art in the right way. I think I might have met him once or twice, but didn't have a whole lot of interaction with him. He, of course, is Buffalo sports radio and Buffalo radio royalty, legacy. So wanted to make sure we paid tribute the right way. Howard comes on at 7 to talk with us about that. At 8 o'clock, Sal will be here on with us from Chicago. Sal's in Chicago as the Bills practice against the Bears today. There's a joint practice, and it'll be good to see what comes out of that. Sal at 8. Scott Pianowski of Yahoo Sports at 8:30. Talk a little fantasy football. 9 o'clock, Nick Mendola, our old buddy here on the morning show. And we'll talk to Nick about whatever comes up in life, including a Premier League season preview, because the Premier League season begins today with Liverpool opening things up, and then tomorrow and Sunday a full slate of games. So that's what's on the table for us today. If at any point you want to join us, 803-0550 is the phone number. I'd be happy to have you because it's just me and Owen and Josh, no Joe today, so a little more space for you to get your thoughts in, to share what you'd like to share. Last night, my story on where I want to start today, my evening last night, I sat down and I watched an hour and 20 minutes of Brett Coleman on the Bills. And if you don't know who Brett Coleman is, He has previously been an underdog fantasy or a couple different spots, but he's got his own podcast called the Bootleg Podcast, and he goes through every single team, deep dives, what they are, what they can be, how they build, where their weaknesses are. Really, bright football guy, great content on the Bootleg Football Podcast. And the Bills were finally up. Like, every single team along the way, the Bills were up. And part of the reason I wanted to make sure I got into it and I watched it and took it all in is because, we're here all the time, completely wrapped up in the Bills, and whether you want to say we're too close to them to take a zoom-out view sometimes, that might be right, as we're hyper-focused on a 3rd and 10 screen to Amari Cooper in the AFC Championship game, or whatever it might be. Someone else to zoom out and tell you how things are with your franchise. And, there are a lot of people that do this. I think Brett Coleman's about as good as it gets. So he teases his is going to be released later in the day, and I finally see the video, and what's it titled? Now or Never. It's now or never. And this probably won't come as a surprise to anybody out there, but the entire thing, the whole Bills, here's what you're doing well, here's where you could have improvements, it was all about the Chiefs, right? So he even kind of apologized for it in this video. Like, I'm sorry to make this so much about another team, but your entire existence is about another team. And I thought, yep, that sounds right. We know that. And watching the whole thing, it paints a picture of a franchise, of an organization that is in a great spot, is super successful, super good, should be and is the envy of dozens of other teams, but just has one team, of course, standing in its way. That one team is standing in the way. And I thought the title Now or Never was a little bit drastic because, if it's not this year, then perhaps it's next year. The Bills here with this round of 5 contract extensions this offseason, a big conversation around that has been, well, here's your new core, right? Here's your new core. 5 guys extended. Allen's under contract. You've got other extensions that were done, like Spencer Brown. You've got a core in place here, and you just spent a bunch of draft picks on the defense. You're hoping to, find something there. It's kind of window number 2 for Josh Allen. The coordinator returns. The entire offense almost returns, except for a couple of different spots. But you've got continuity. You've got a schedule you like. You've got a season to commemorate your stadium. Whatever. Now or never is what he titled it. And I thought maybe today what we would do is get into a good old-fashioned conversation about the two that are running the show. And every year this time of year, we get confident they're going to be good again. And that's got a lot of value. They're going to be good again. Knock on wood, as long as something crazy doesn't happen. They're going to be good again, and we know that. And we get to January, what's going to be the story? Can they beat the team that they don't beat? Can they beat all the teams in their way and finally deliver? Can they even get to a Super Bowl? But now or never from Brett Coleman as the YouTube thumbnail picture, and the entire conversation about it being now or never, about it being really Super Bowl or bust. Anything short of that will be a great season, but also disappointment, right? We're right back there. The Cook contract is the next step in, hey, it's all here for you. Nothing is going wrong. They're not missing their star running back who's sitting out due to a contract dispute. He's now in the fold, and everything is just, all right, let's see how it goes. The GM said it was the defense that's the problem. They try to bolster their defense through free agency and in the draft, and here we are. So the way that I wanted to ask this and get your thoughts on this at 803-0550 is, do you feel like you want to give the McBean team, McDermott and Bean, do you want to give them years and years and years, or are you starting to get to something else has to happen? So there has to be a Super Bowl appearance to want to keep things on the right track. These guys have undoubtedly kept things on the right track. They've built a great franchise. They built a great team. They built a team that, Buffalo Bills fans are super proud of and would be for good reason. They drafted the franchise quarterback. They helped him develop into one of the most exciting players to watch in the league. There's an offense that puts up 1 million points. Like, they've got a lot going for them. And again, like, the tone of this hour and 20 minutes I watched, it was almost like, the zoom out that I wanted was, everything you guys feel is legit. They built something great. But what stands in their way stands in their way. And that's how they'll be evaluated. There's a clip going around social media this morning from Mike Greenberg on ESPN listing off stats about Josh Allen as the best to never make it. And all the numbers about Allen, who, of course, has not yet played in a Super Bowl. And you could say the same about Lamar Jackson, of course. Like, those two guys are 1 and 2. I like to lump them together here because they're both potential all-time greats that have not yet appeared in a Super Bowl. Allen has a legitimate case, I think, to be one of the 10 best quarterbacks to ever play, if not already, soon. And it will be defined by whether or not he gets to that game, gets into that game, never mind wins that game, get into that game. And mid-August, we're closing in on the regular season. We're closing in on the first game of the season where it's Baltimore, and we're going to talk 1 seed in week 1 because that's how hyper-focused we've had to be. So are you finding that you are someone, I know like the season hasn't played out yet, and that's the hardest part of this, but are you someone that thinks, I like the job McDermott and Bean have done, but I know I will have a breaking point too, where I'm going to say maybe it should be somebody else. Maybe something should change. You know me, if you've listened to us, I've not gotten to that point at any point to here. And I almost want to acknowledge that if they had another season and it goes, however, the same, that it might not be the smart thing to do, but holding off the thought of being calm, not overreacting, holding off that idea, it gets tougher with each and every year. And every year from the draft until the start of the season, it's feeling they're going to be great. Every year from the start of the season to the end of the regular season, for the most part, they are great. Every once in a while, it gets interesting. They have to chase down another team in the division. New England once and Miami once, and every time they chase them down, and they win it. And here we are. It's January again, and it's like, well, the entire organization will be defined by whether or not they can win these next couple games and whether or not they have the answers, the personnel, the coaching calls to get over a team that knocks them out all the time. One thing about Cincinnati, and when the Bills lost to Cincinnati, had they won that game, the Bills, and gone on to then lose to the Chiefs again, it wouldn't be a fancy little 4 out of 5. It'd be like, 5 in a row. And I guess would that be any different? I'm not sure, but it would sure feel worse. It would sure feel worse. So, do you have faith in the people around Allen putting it together? As much as you ever did, has it waned? Give me a call on that. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I think a good, solid baseline, and that's probably where I am, is that they run things pretty well. They do a good job. They sign contracts to extend their own players. They keep the team flush with developed prospects. The player development program is pretty darn good. That's something Sal likes to key in on a lot, is that they draft guys and the success stories. There's a lot for players that have not been super high picks. Not, 15th overall, this guy ends up being good. Like, well, congratulations. Those guys are thought to be likely to be good. But the Bills have had 5th and 6th and 4ths and contributors all up and down the draft board. They've generally made good, smart decisions ahead of time to extend their own. It's not an undefeated kind of record, but it's pretty close. And this season was about extending 5 of them and building that new core. And now it'll be week 1. And, man, Baltimore. Baltimore looms. And If they win that game, we're going to be talking 1 seed at 11:15. The game goes fast, I guess. At 11:15 on opening night. But that's our life. Our life is that. And what's different this year that would really change their fate? You're talking about, I don't know, Cole Bishop. You're talking about TJ Sanders. And what is different if you get the same version of Allen, if you get the same offense? What is different? What will be the difference? It could just be the way that the cards fall. Next time they play in a game like that, they get the spot. That's how tiny these margins have gotten. It's almost comical how small the margin got last year. Had a couple where, you should have done this, and then this should have happened last year. It ends up being like, spot. Or the tight end makes a catch, and you feel just great about your chances. So the margins have been small the whole time. They always get small and appear to be even smaller. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. JT writes in on the YouTube, look back at the 90s teams. Did we hold on to Marv too long? I think they need at least another year to develop these rookies and get a wide receiver next year. I wonder about the 90s and the Marv conversation. I was not here for it, and, I'm sure that I know that it's been said. I've heard people say it about Marv, but anybody that doesn't win gets that said, right? Anybody that wins is the king or the queen, and anybody that falls just short, it's about what they did wrong. So we'll get your calls in on this. Friday before the second preseason game, we've got plenty to get to. Howard, Sal, Scott Pianowski, Nick Mendola along the way. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR with Joe out today. We'll go to the phones. Start with Rick in Hamburg. Rick, good morning.
Oh, hello, Jeremy.
Hello, Rick.
Long-time listener, 16-time caller.
Right.
Just wanted to talk about Josh Allen. I think sometimes it takes these guys to get a little Hollywood, like big time, to get over the hump. And if I recollecting, I don't think I've ever seen a Buffalo Bills player on a Snickers commercial, and I think that's really big time because nothing's bigger than the Snickers out there. And I just wanted to tell you that it's really emotional for me with the Bills and everything, because if they could win a Super Bowl, I'll be really happy. I'm going to hang up and listen.
All right, Rick. Thanks. Sometimes I think about exactly that. This last episode of Hard Knocks was a little more fan-focused about the commitment and about the relationship between the fans and the team and what it would mean to win the whole thing. Sometimes if I think about it, really sit and think about what it would be like I kind of feel the same as Rick. I end up getting it gets dusty just thinking about it, really, really thinking about it. And this could be the year. I don't know if it's going to be because Josh on a Snickers commercial. He's done a lot of commercials. He's in a lot of commercials. Is he in the most? Baker Mayfield had a run for a while where he's in a lot of commercials and people would say, Baker, how about more time on the field and less time in, makeup chair? Josh is in, what do we got? Tostitos, or was Lay's, Snickers, the sleep gummies, what else?
He's got to have a New Balance thing coming too, right?
Okay. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff going on.
I should look for all his commercials, how many he's got. And Rick, 16-time caller, he hung up before I got a chance to ask the question. Have you chronicled that? Do you have put it in your media guide? We should have a media guide.
Yes.
You open it up, all the callers are profiled, how many times they've called in, last call. This is let's go to Rick in Hamburg, 4-time Chiefs post-game caller. Right. He gets it. It's when he gets in.
Yeah. This
is not a terrible idea. It might be a terrible idea. But
it could be, but it also could be awesome.
Executable, maybe not.
That might be tough.
Bill in Buffalo, sorry. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. I guess the question I'm trying to refrain to is, I don't know, I grew up in the drought era, so it's just, my whole life, that's all I was doing is just trying to find any good I can for the team. We had what the best special teams in 2010. That's all I could talk to my friends about.
I remember those days, Bill.
Ryan Lindell so I kind of have just been, I don't know, just kind of in an idle mode, I guess, with this team where, I don't want to feel too invested because it's just a heartbreak. But then I look back at the old me, and it's like, no, I love this team. I love everything that they're doing, the aura around the team, being invested, learning what Ray Davis's favorite ice cream is. Like, all of them things combined, I think it's just a lot of us, I don't know, I think we forget about what we used to have here for such a long time that is it worth just sitting and constantly waiting for that Super Bowl? Which one's better? Constantly being on the cusp, or telling your friends that you got the best punter in the league.
Yeah, Bill, this conversation, if you think about it, and what is the conversation we're having? Basically, like, hey, should the Bills be in a mode where if they fall short, something has to change? That's really it. Something big. And, of course, we know that the quarterback is not on the table and, of course, shouldn't be on the table. But if something doesn't change, or if they don't win, should there be a move to make moves? And I think you've got a lot that think about those days, those drought days, and think, well, I'm afraid. What if you changed it and it went the wrong direction? They do a lot of things right. And I think actually this version of the Bills that they have right now, I might not agree with like all the ways that they build their team. But if I go back to the Dable, Josh Allen Bills, that was talent scheme, boom, let's go rip it up. And when Brian Dable left, there was a lurch in the middle. It's funny when we do all this about changing coaches. I want to trace the arc with coordinators, because from Dable to Dorsey, the Bills said they wanted to be a thing, and they could not be that thing. Brady gets the job instead, and they can be the thing they want. And what I mean by that is they've changed their stripes. They've changed the way they play to be, in their eyes, more dangerous. Like, there's been a change. As much as we say that the McDermott and Bean era has this many years, eventually you got to change something. About 2 years ago, they changed. They changed the way they play offense. They changed their offensive structure, and turnovers came way down. And could that be sustainable? Like, we'll find out over time. But they have changed. And the execution of the plan for Brady and the offense that they wanted to build, whether that's Bean leading Brady or McDermott having input or everybody down there having input, they put together the everybody eats offense and the run, the smash mouth, we're going to beat you up with a great offensive line and a great quarterback, and that's all we really need. Outside of that, we'll get role players as receivers and tight ends for the most part. I mean, you got role players around an incredible line and an incredible quarterback and a coordinator, a play caller that, I mean, if I don't say incredible, why wouldn't I? He's been very, very good. So things are great. There's no doubt. Like, things are great. Does it feel like there's any call for desperation if it doesn't go where it's supposed to go, doesn't fully finish off? You might ask this question and say, all right, just between you and me or at a bar, 1 year, no Super Bowl. Should they stick with it? Yeah. 2 years. Should they stick with it? Yeah. 5 years. Should they stick with it? Now you're at what? That's a long time. That's a long time. And it might not be bad process to stick with something that works and just think, you've just had some rough luck, some rough injury luck, but it's one of my favorite things about this season is that the no one believes in us is kind of gone, and we can get back to a high standard. And that's something that McDermott said when he sat with us at training camp that I loved. It's my favorite thing he said in a while, is you can't just be the underdog all the time. Once you actually get good, you're good. And that's, of course, where the Bills are. 803-0550. If you're on hold, hang out. We'll get your calls on the other side. I don't know the overarching question here. It's we good for a while, or is this thing on the watch of or bust territory? If it doesn't look like a Super Bowl team, if they don't get to the Super Bowl, it really has to be that. If they don't get to the Super Bowl, are you going to want to react to that? 8030550. Jeremy and Joe out today. Just me and you and Owen and Josh here on WGR. Every year this time of year, we get confident they're going to be good again. And that's got a lot of value. They're going to be good again. Knock on wood, as long as something crazy doesn't happen. They're going to be good again, and we know that. And we get to January, what's going to be the story? Can they beat the team that they don't beat? Can they beat all the teams in their way and finally deliver? Can they even get to a Super Bowl? But now or never from Brett Coleman as the YouTube thumbnail picture and the entire conversation about it being now or never, about it being really Super Bowl or bust. Anything short of that will be a great season, but also disappointment, right? We're right back there. The Cook contract is the next step in, hey, it's all here for you. Nothing is going wrong. They're not missing their star running back who's sitting out due to a contract dispute. He's now in the fold. And everything is just, all right, let's see how it goes. The GM said it was the defense that's the problem. They try to bolster their defense through free agency and in the draft, and here we are. So the way that I wanted to ask this and get your thoughts on this at 8030550 is, do you feel like you want to give the McBean team, McDermott and Bean, do you want to give them years and years and years, or are you starting to get to something else has to happen? So there has to be a Super Bowl appearance to want to keep things on the right track. These guys have undoubtedly kept things on the right track. They've built a great franchise. They built a great team. They built a team that, Buffalo Bills fans are super proud of and would be for good reason. They drafted the franchise quarterback. They helped him develop into one of the most exciting players to watch in the league. There's an offense that puts up 1 million points. Like, they've got a lot going for them. And again, like, the tone of this hour and 20 minutes I watched, it was almost like, the zoom out that I wanted was, yeah, everything you guys feel is legit. They've built something great. But what stands in their way stands in their way. And that's how they'll be evaluated.
No practice for the Bills yesterday. They were on a travel day off to Chicago as they go to have joint practices with the Bears. The Bills and Bears will practice together later today and then play preseason game number 2 on Sunday at 8 o'clock. No word yet from the Bills on how many starters are expected to play on Sunday. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, Rashee Rice of the Kansas City Chiefs is expected to have his disciplinary hearing from the NFL on September 30th. This means that he'll start the season with the Chiefs and play at least 4 games before potentially facing suspension in the back half of the season. Browns second-round pick Quinshon Judkins has been facing a misdemeanor battery charge all offseason. However, a Florida prosecutor declined to formally charge him yesterday. The NFL announced yesterday they'll be conducting their own investigation into the case. Judkins is the only remaining rookie from this past draft that has yet to sign his entry-level contract. LA Rams head coach Sean McVay said yesterday that quarterback Matthew Stafford will work out with the team on Saturday. Stafford has not practiced at training camp this year due to an aggravated disc in his back and has only worked out with the team once to assess his injury progress. McVay says that he will be using this workout on Saturday to check the progress on the injury once again and see if he's ready to return. In baseball last night, the Yankees and Red Sox were off. However, the Blue Jays were in action against the Cubs, and they got the win over the Cubs 2-1, winning their 71st game of the year, taking a 5-game lead over the Red Sox in the AL East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The numbers say he might be the best postseason quarterback ever. I told you, he has thrown 25 playoff touchdowns. There are a total of 21 quarterbacks who've thrown at least 20. He's the only one not to start a Super Bowl. In his 4 playoff runs that ended in losses to Kansas City, Allen has accounted for 28 touchdowns and 1 turnover. That is across 10 games and 424 passes and runs. His touchdown-to-interception ratio in the playoffs, by a wide margin, the best of all time. It's over 6-1. Mahomes is second at less than 5-1. In playoff history, teams that score at least 3 touchdowns with 0 turnovers are 140-19. Allen is the only quarterback to lose more than 1 of those games. He has lost 3 of them, all in the last 4 years, all against Kansas City.
Well, when you put it that way. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. Jeremy White with you on this Friday. It's going to be hot today again. And weekend looking warm, nice. I think the temperatures next week start to get a little bit more handleable. Today, high of 87. Next week into the upper 70s, but this weekend, 87 today, 88 tomorrow, 82 on Sunday. So good morning. Jeremy and Joe talking a little football. Do you guys know where the interception was? Do you remember it? Allen's thrown his postseason interception in the last however many games or whatever. Like, do you remember any of his postseason mistakes?
I couldn't tell you that I could remember the specific interception or when it came because I just remember the only games I think of for him as being poor performances playoff-wise was that like Cincinnati, right?
Yeah, Cincinnati.
And
it's like the only one.
That's the one that sticks out. And so if he threw an interception in whatever game, was it like there's got to be somewhere that came that it probably, if I'm not remembering it, I hope it didn't hurt them that bad.
Yeah. He's thrown a couple. He's thrown 4 postseason interceptions in his career.
Okay.
And sometimes, well, one against Kansas City in 2021, 2 against the Dolphins in the opening round game in 2023. And then 1 against Cincinnati. Cincinnati, that's the one I remember. And
that was the one that I was reaching for.
In part because, I mean, that time was 27-10. He throws that pick and then they kneel it down. So you almost want to say that one, not that it doesn't matter, but that interception certainly didn't hurt them. They're down 17 points. He throws an interception with a minute left.
Right.
So, that game was, of course, not a very good game, but even the interception numbers, his 25 touchdowns to 4 interceptions in his postseason career. I don't remember either of the picks against the Dolphins. One of those might have been the defensive touchdown they scored. He gets hit, and I thought it was a fumble return for a touchdown. Maybe it was a pick.
Maybe that's right.
Anyway, 8030550. We're talking about, the Bills. and a joint practice coming up today. Kind of asking the question about like where you are with the operation right now. We're about to start another season, and are you a year-to-year fan? Like, all right, we'll see how this goes this year, and at the end of this year, I might want changes because the Bills have been as steady as any organization for a long time now here. Or are you just kind of like, I think the operation is good enough that just keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. You've been great for 4 or 5 years, and one of these times it's gonna push through. If I had to pick one of those two, I think I'm closer to the second, just because the idea of changes, I just don't know what those would be. I would have to see an idea for that first. And some of those ideas that you could have floated, those ideas have kind of gone away. Like Sean Payton was a name I'd always mention. Like, it's got to be somebody that really, really rates to even imagine a conversation. So anyway, Alex in Grand Island. Hey, Alex, good morning. Hello, Alex.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. You're on the air.
Awesome. I was kind of thinking about earlier the whole now or never thing. And you talked about the defense being a little bit different. It is like the team has shifted from having a team with a young developing Josh Allen, which was exciting, high-flying, and a reliable defense, whereas now it's kind of the opposite. But now we got young defensive players we're hoping to add juice, and Josh is as steadfast as you think he'll ever be.
Yeah, and on the defense, like, it's a good point that they have flipped in that way. You used to be so reliable defensively, and last year was a big dip for them, in pass defense especially last year. And I keep mentioning, by the way, Alex mentioned that now or never thing. I watched a Brett Coleman hour and 20-minute YouTube podcast on the Bills and, digging into some of their numbers, what they do well, where they could improve, all their signings and just whatever. Like a football guy I trust, and we talk to a lot of football people that we trust, Joe Marino and Jerry O. And anyway, Brett Coleman. One thing he noted about last year's team, and this is not the kind of thing that I'm going to pick out just watching on television, and maybe it's hard to pick out on television, is he pointed out the number of times they ran certain coverages and how, in his eyes, he thought the Bills spent the entire year last year protecting their safeties, that they did not trust them the way that they trusted Poyer and Hyde. And that might not come as a huge surprise, but he kind of laid out the numbers of when they played cover 4 versus cover 2 versus, and just look at what the Bills did last year. They changed the way they play defense because they didn't trust their safeties. And that's where Cole Bishop comes in. Like, he's someone that didn't really contribute last year. He was hurt a bunch, growing pains, whatever you want to say. Like, every time we get an update on any practice, whether it's watching at St. John Fisher or today, like watching today, Sal's going to give us the breakdown, the rundown of how the joint practice with the Bears goes, and then the game on Sunday. I'm hoping to kind of just hear good things about the safeties, because I do think last year the safeties were a major problem. And it might be more than just whether or not the safety makes a play or misses a play. It's, do the safeties allow the defensive-minded coach with the defensive back's background to do the things he wants to do back there? Because, football's a game of, you got a lot of things you want to do. What are the things you can do? And the Bills' defense last year had holes in the defensive line, holes in the secondary, and they hope to have plugged those. But they're counting on young players for that. And if they hit, well, then that'll be great. I mean, it's not nuts to suggest that young players could be what do it. Kansas City, when they traded Tyreek Hill and kind of shifted what they did, how'd they do it? They did it with young players on their defense. They had a great draft, got 3-4 starters out of a draft, and kind of rolled into a very, very good defense. Much better than they had been. And it's very possible the Bills could do that as well. 803-0550. On McDermott's present, future, those numbers from Mike Greenberg, it's, look at all these numbers. Josh Allen's been amazing and somehow hasn't made a Super Bowl. And the obvious follow-up to something like that from Greenberg, who somebody sent that to me last night and said, how do you not talk about McDermott more often? I mean, we talk about it plenty. It's just a matter of, will something ever change, or will the thing that changes be that they get the job done? Tim in Buffalo. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Jeremy, how you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so we're talking about changing McDermott. I think it was 2 years ago. What were we, 6-6? Kind of on the brink of missing the playoffs. He was the main topic on being on the hot seat. Last year, that conversation kind of went away a little bit, you know? We went back to AFC Championship, obviously.
Yep.
So my point is, I say, or I think at least, is next year or this year, you know, we don't make it to an AFC Championship, or at least the Super Bowl, obviously, he's going to definitely be on the hot seat. And I think the following year, if we don't make it again, the same, you know, same song and dance, round 2 or AFC Championship, no Super Bowl appearance, do you think maybe that's when Joe Brady would step in for a head coaching position? Because there's talks about that too, obviously. Like, he's not going to be in Buffalo forever if he doesn't get, you know?
Yeah. I wonder about Brady. Thanks, Tim. I wonder about Brady if he's the next Ben Johnson. And by that I mean he stays where he is a little longer until the right job comes. Right? Like, Ben Johnson was the hot coaching candidate in football for a couple seasons. He was the offensive coordinator for the Lions for 3 years and the passing game coordinator for the Lions in 2021. But Ben Johnson took the job this year. He was very much thought to definitely going to take a job 2 years ago and didn't. And Brady, he got a couple of calls, right? An interview last year. I wonder if this upcoming season is the year that Brady gets a lot more of that and kind of decides for himself. Ben Johnson, his arc was, I'm waiting for the right job. Chicago came open, and it's Caleb Williams and an offense that's looks ready-made for him. For Brady, you know, not all jobs are the same. What's the better job, the Charger job or the Saints job? You know, Herbert versus what? A retiring Derek Carr. What's the better job? If the Miami job comes available, is that a job that the hottest coordinator on the market's going to want? I mean, you just had an offensive mind. Mike McDaniel's there. Maybe they have a good season, maybe not. But he's a bright offensive mind and has had a very, very good record with Tua when Tua plays. Is the next coach going in there and going to hitch his wagon to a quarterback that misses time? And if he misses time, your offense isn't as good and you're going to pay for it with your own job. Like, not all jobs are the same. Obviously, I mean, you guys know that. And that's where, as much as I think we would all agree Brady is a great candidate to be a head coach and will be talked about a lot, I'm not going to treat it as a lock that he goes until we know what jobs are open. Like, who's the best quarterback whose coach gets fired this season? That's a good question, who that could be. The favorites for getting fired are Brian Daboll, and that's Jackson Dart. Like, are you just signing up for Jackson Dart? If Jackson Dart does enough on tape to look good, I mean, Brian Daboll might keep his job. So you're a coach just kind of going into that mess? Maybe, maybe not. I'll have to think about that. Who's the best possible quarterback that could be waiting for a new head coach next year? I'll pull it up. Let me take a look at it and think about it through the break. 803-0550 if you're on hold. We'll get more of your calls in here. Also have news on a player the Bills, I think we can say, loved in the draft. He's on a team now, it appears, because he didn't get drafted. I'll tell you that story next here on WGR. Every year this time of year, we get confident they're going to be good again. And that's got a lot of value. They're going to be good again. You know, knock on wood, as long as something crazy doesn't happen. They're going to be good again, and we know that. And we get to January, what's going to be the story? Can they beat the team that they don't beat? Can they beat all the teams in their way and finally deliver? Can they even get to a Super Bowl? But now or never from Brett Coleman as the YouTube thumbnail picture and the entire conversation about it being now or never, about it being really Super Bowl or bust. Anything short of that will be a great season, but also disappointment, right? We're right back there. The Cook contract is the next step in, hey, it's all here for you. Nothing is going wrong. They're not missing their star running back who's sitting out due to a contract dispute. He's now in the fold. And everything is just, all right, let's see how it goes. The GM said it was the defense that's the problem. They've tried to bolster their defense through free agency and in the draft, and here we are. So the way that I wanted to ask this and get your thoughts on this at 803-0550 is, do you feel like you want to give the McBean team, McDermott and Bean, do you want to give them years and years and years, or are you starting to get to something else has to happen? So there has to be a Super Bowl appearance to want to keep things on the right track. These guys have undoubtedly kept things on the right track. They've built a great franchise. They built a great team. They built a team that, Buffalo Bills fans are super proud of and would be for good reason. They drafted the franchise quarterback. They helped him develop into one of the most exciting players to watch in the league. There's an offense that puts up 1 million points. Like, they've got a lot going for them. And again, like, the tone of this hour and 20 minutes I watched, it was almost like, the zoom out that I wanted was, yeah, everything you guys feel is legit. They've built something great. But what stands in their way stands in their way. And that's how they'll be evaluated. I wonder about Brady. Thanks, Tim. I wonder about Brady if he's the next Ben Johnson. And by that I mean he stays where he is a little longer until the right job comes. Right? Like, Ben Johnson was the hot coaching candidate in football for a couple seasons. He was the offensive coordinator for the Lions for 3 years and the passing game coordinator for the Lions in 2021. But Ben Johnson took the job this year. He was very much thought to definitely going to take a job 2 years ago and didn't. And Brady, he got a couple of calls, right? An interview last year. I wonder if this upcoming season is the year that Brady gets a lot more of that and kind of decides for himself. Ben Johnson, his arc was, I'm waiting for the right job. Chicago came open, and it's Caleb Williams and an offense that's looks ready-made for him. For Brady, not all jobs are the same. What's the better job, the Charger job or the Saints job? Herbert versus what? A retiring Derek Carr. What's the better job? If the Miami job comes available, is that a job that the hottest coordinator on the market's going to want? I mean, you just had an offensive mind. Mike McDaniel's there. Maybe they have a good season, maybe not. But he's a bright offensive mind and has had a So, one name from the draft I remember talking about quite a bit. There's a bunch of names. I like to pull up the Bills' top 30 visits, and Buffalo Rumblings has a piece up from April about all the players they met with. And there's one player they met with a lot who finally has a team. That's Isaiah Bond. So Isaiah Bond did not get drafted. There were some allegations that kind of took him off team draft boards. And not exactly funny, but the Browns seem to just be fine with everything, right? Quinshon Judkins returns after charges against him had been dropped. And Isaiah Bond, so if you don't remember, he's the speedster receiver from Texas. And just to break down exactly how much the Bills talked to Bond through the process. Again, he did not get drafted. And I don't know if they would have been keeping in touch with him through this process where he ultimately goes to the Browns. But they had a combine visit, a dinner, a pro day, a private workout as well with Bond. And it's something the Bills have looked at multiple off seasons, right? The speed receiver, the really fast guy. The stories that linked them to Worthy and that they liked Worthy last year. Bond would have been this year's fastest wide receiver. He's right up there with Maxwell Harrison in terms of speed. He goes to the Browns after not getting drafted. So always keeping an eye on that. I mean, you know me. I'm keeping an eye on the receiver prospects. The other guys they head in for visits, Torrey Horton, another guy, like you're seeing stuff from him in Seattle. Looks pretty good. Isaac Tesla in Detroit. Both those guys went a little bit before the Bills picked in their respective rounds. Running back Jaden Blue, safety. I don't know. I just like to keep up on this. Like Shamar Stewart in Cincinnati. Max Harrison, of course, is here as well. So is Dorian Strong, Trey Amos. Those visits that happened. And if it's 5 years from now, one of these guys becomes available, they can reach back on their experience, talking with him, meeting with him, talking with his family, whatever. Like these draft visits, they end and the draft season ends, but the intel you get from it is not gone forever. Of course, TJ Sanders, Deion Walker, two guys that they did meet with and have in for top 30 visits are, of course, here on the team. So, they value those visits. They drafted a bunch of guys they had for visits, and I was thinking about Isaiah Bond because he's on the Browns now. And that's a guy the Bills were flirting with, at least. They were interested. They wanted the intel. And of course, he doesn't get drafted because of his legal issue, which has since been, I suppose, put aside. 803-0550. Howard Simon on the other side. Talk to him about his thoughts on the James Cook deal. Catch up with Howard. And also about Buffalo broadcasting legend Art Wander, who passed away yesterday. So wanted to pay tribute to Art and talk to Howard about him, get some stories if we could. So stay tuned. Howard Simon on Art Wander and the Bills as well on the other side here on WGR. I wonder about Brady. Thanks, Tim. I wonder about Brady if he's the next Ben Johnson. And by that I mean he stays where he is a little longer until the right job comes. Right? Like Ben Johnson was the hot coaching candidate in football for a couple seasons. He was the offensive coordinator for the Lions for 3 years and the passing game coordinator for the Lions in 2021. But Ben Johnson took the job this year. He was very much thought to definitely going to take a job 2 years ago and didn't. And Brady, he got a couple of calls, right? An interview last year. I wonder if this upcoming season is the year that Brady gets a lot more of that and kind of decides for himself. Ben Johnson, his arc was, I'm waiting for the right job. Chicago came open, and it's Caleb Williams and an offense that's looks ready-made for him. For Brady, not all jobs are the same. What's the better job, the Charger job or the Saints job? Herbert versus what? A retiring Derek Carr. What's the better job? If the Miami job comes available, is that a job that the hottest coordinator on the market's going to want? I mean, you just had an offensive mind. Mike McDaniel's there. Maybe they have a good season, maybe not. But he's a bright offensive mind and has had a very, very good record with Tua when Tua plays. Is the next coach going in there and going to hitch his wagon to a quarterback that misses time? And if he misses time, your offense isn't as good and you're going to pay for it with your own job. Like, not all jobs are the same. Obviously, I mean, you guys know that. And that's where, as much as I think we would all agree Brady is a great candidate to be a head coach and will be talked about a lot, I'm not going to treat it as a lock that he goes until we know what jobs are open. Like, who's the best quarterback whose coach gets fired this season? That's a good question, who that could be. The favorites for getting fired are Brian Daboll, and that's Jackson Dart. Like, are you signing up for Jackson Dart? If Jackson Dart does enough on tape to look good, I mean, Brian Daboll might keep his job. So you're a coach just kind of going into that mess. Every year this time of year, we get confident they're going to be good again. And that's got a lot of value. They're going to be good again. You know, knock on wood, as long as something crazy doesn't happen. They're going to be good again, and we know that. And we get to January, what's going to be the story? Can they beat the team that they don't beat? Can they beat all the teams in their way and finally deliver? Can they even get to a Super Bowl? But now or never from Brett Coleman as the YouTube thumbnail picture and the entire conversation about it being now or never, about it being really Super Bowl or bust. Anything short of that will be a great season, but also disappointment, right? We're right back there. The Cook contract is the next step in, hey, it's all here for you. Nothing is going wrong. They're not missing their star running back who's sitting out due to a contract dispute. He's now in the fold, and everything is just, all right, let's see how it goes. The GM said it was the defense that's the problem. They try to bolster their defense through free agency and in the draft, and here we are. So the way that I wanted to ask this and get your thoughts on this at 803-0550 is, do you feel like you want to give the McBean team, McDermott and Bean, do you want to give them years and years and years, or are you starting to get to something else has to happen? So there has to be a Super Bowl appearance to want to keep things on the right track. These guys have undoubtedly kept things on the right track. They've built a great franchise. They built a great team. They built a team that, you know, Buffalo Bills fans are super proud of and would be for good reason. They drafted the franchise quarterback. They helped him develop into one of the most exciting players to watch in the league. There's an offense that puts up 1 million points. Like, they've got a lot going for them. And again, like, the tone of this hour and 20 minutes I watched, it was almost like, you know, the zoom out that I wanted was, yeah, everything you guys feel is legit. They built something great. But what stands in their way stands in their way. And that's how they'll be evaluated.
Good morning. It was travel day for the Buffalo Bills yesterday, so no practice as they headed off to Chicago for joint practices with the Bears today. The Bills and Bears will practice together later this morning and then play a preseason game number 2 on Sunday night at 8 o'clock. No word yet from the Bills on how many starters are expected to play on Sunday. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, Rashee Rice of the Kansas City Chiefs expected to have his disciplinary hearing with the NFL on September 30th. This means he'll start the season with the Chiefs and play at least 4 games before potentially facing suspension in the back half of the season. ESPN's Dan Graziano reports that it's expected the suspension could impact the player and his team starting in Week 10. Rice was involved in a dangerous multi-car accident due to speeding last offseason in Dallas. Cleveland Browns second-round pick Quinshon Judkins has been facing a misdemeanor battery charge all offseason. However, a Florida prosecutor declined to formally charge him yesterday. The NFL announced yesterday they will also be conducting their own investigation into the case. Judkins is the only remaining rookie from this past draft that was drafted but has yet to sign his entry-level contract. The Browns are also reportedly signing former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Bond faced a sexual assault charge that surfaced just before the NFL draft, causing him to remain undrafted. However, it was announced yesterday there was not enough substantial evidence to formally charge Bond. Cleveland.com's Mary Kay Cabot reports last night that the Browns were doing their due diligence on Bond but have yet to sign him. LA Rams head coach Sean McVay said yesterday that quarterback Matthew Stafford will work out for the team on Saturday. Stafford does not practice all training camp this year due to an aggravated disc in his back and has only worked out with the team one other time to assess his injury progress. McVay says he'll be using this workout on Saturday to check his progress once again and see if he's ready to return. In baseball last night, the Yankees and Red Sox were off. However, the Blue Jays were in action against the Chicago Cubs. The Blue Jays won over the Cubs 2-1, winning their 71st game of the year, taking a 5-game lead over the Red Sox in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I think the most appealing thing about him is the lack of clarity that we have on who is the skill position player to bet on Buffalo this year. And people will sort of go back to the James Cook, Josh Allen pairing worked really, really well last year in drafts. It's still going to probably be okay based on the range Cook's going in. I just think Cook is just an obvious regression candidate based on all the touchdown numbers. The touchdowns are the least static thing year to year. And if they want to work in multiple backs, it's going to be hard for him to sort of reach that level of scoring.
Theo Greminger, little fantasy football chatter with Chopin the Bulldog yesterday on James Cook, who you hear a lot, regression candidate, because it's the fantasy Bible. Guy scored a bunch of touchdowns. He won't do that again next year. It's a good bet. And if he does, well, then you say it the next year. It's hard to score 16 touchdowns in multiple seasons. Anyway, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Joe out today, and we're hanging out. On the Western Hotline is Mr. Howard Simon, who I texted this morning. He said, I'm up. You're up early. Did you go to bed because the Mets blew a lead in the eighth inning to the Braves? Something that I looked up just before I brought you on. Did you go to bed in the eighth? What'd you do, Howard?
Click. Sorry, I was just hanging up on you. Thank you for pointing out that the Mets blew another.
I just needed to know what mindset you were in coming in.
I just want to know, does it really frustrate you when your co-host takes time off?
Yeah, it's all right. I'm used to it. I'm used to it.
Yeah. Nice to see you can still, at your age, it's nice to see you're still able to do the job, though. I got to be honest.
That's true. You're not wrong about that. Well, Howard, we got you to talk a little bit about, we'll get to James Cook and all that stuff and some Bill stuff. But I did want to talk to you today, and I wanted to reach out to you last night about Art Wander and the passing of Art Wander. But then I saw this morning you posted a piece at our website at WGR550.com. And to me, that was my green light to all right, I definitely want to have you on to talk about him and remember him because, he was a legend here, of course. I mean, everybody knows Art.
Yeah, he was. It's a really kind of interesting story, and my as I wrote in the article, my opinion of Art did like a complete 180 once I got to know him. I mean, I think it's a great. We always talk. You know what it reminded me of, Jeremy? Like when we watch these, we have teams we don't like and players we don't like. And then you watch like a behind-the-scenes show, Hard Knocks, or one of the old NHL behind-the-scenes shows, and you get to know the guy, and you're like, oh, he's not the you-know-what that I thought he was. He's not a terrible human being. And Art, for me, that was Art. Not personally, but from a broadcasting standpoint, when I got here, Art was, I think, at 1400 a.m., and then he goes over to GR. I go from JJL to BEN, and I'm really in competition with the guys at GR, including Art, and I was not a big fan. I just thought Art was I don't know. I just thought he was a little too bombastic for my like. Of course, he had the famous incident or the famous show that led to the Napoleon famous tirade of if Jim Kelly's our quarterback, Ted Marchibrodo's our offensive coordinator. If you don't like it, get out of town. That was basically Art he was talking about. So I wasn't. I just wasn't a huge fan of his. I thought, wow, this guy's a real jerk. And then I met him at Empire. We worked together at Empire, and he was just one of the nicest guys in the world. Like, he would go out of his way to help anybody and everybody. Broadcasting critique, whatever. Here's what you did well. Here's what you didn't do well. Hey, try this, try that. Share stories with you. Pat on the back if the show didn't go well. handshake if it was a good show, just whatever was needed. He was there for everybody. It wasn't just the on-air guys. He was friends with the production people and the directors and the producers and everybody. He's just like the nicest guy in the world. He always had a smile on his face. He always had a really funny story to tell. He was like a Pied Piper when anybody had their kids come into the building to visit. And I just totally changed my opinion. I thought he was one kind of person based on listening to him. And then I met him and I thought, wow, this guy is just a really super guy, let alone his backstory in the business before he even started talking sports for a living, which is amazing.
Yeah. So take us through some, you laid out there a story about the Bill Polian and all that. How did that come to be? Like, it's a famous incident. What year? I mean, for the younger generation, that would have been a big moment.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Sorry,
exactly.
older generation.
I thought I read. Yeah, right. For the Bills,
for you guys
who were in the Super Bowl year, sure. By the way, thanks. You're not in the older generation yet. I think I don't know. It was 89, 90, somewhere in there, and right when the Bills were really, really good, and then no huddle was coming in and all that, and they hit a little bit. I don't know the exact. I remember the exact details, but they hit a little bit of a skid. They weren't playing so well. And I think Art was at 1,400 at that point, not at GR yet. And he just started, they were trying the no huddle. And the problem is when the no huddle doesn't work, when it didn't work, guess what? They go 3 and out in like 40 seconds and the defense would be right back out on the field again. So it really put a lot of stress on the defense if they went 3 and out. So, people were getting a little bit critical of Mark Shabrota and Kelly and I don't know if this is a good idea. It puts too much on the defense. Art was critical of it, and this just in, Bill Polian, not a really big fan of critical media. If you said something against the Bills, not out of the question you would hear about it directly from the general manager of the Buffalo Bills at the time. So, Art said what he said, and he didn't name him by name, but everybody knew who Polian was talking about. And I don't know if he was at like a luncheon, like just speaking at a function or something like that, and he just went off. And man, when Polian I never saw it personally, but I've heard stories about from people who were on the beat. When Polian was mad, he would explode. And it was, people like our rants. You kidding me? So he goes on this rant about Art and the quarterback and the coordinator, and it was just like, I think honestly, for a lot of people, that Art became famous. If he wasn't well known in the market as a sports talk show host, because again, he was on 1,400, not exactly a big, powerful, famous radio station. When that happened, Art's stock went like sky high. Everybody knew who Art Wanda was, and eventually goes over to GR, and he develops a really great audience.
Howard, as you're kind of laying out the idea of when a good team had problems, how many parallels do you see to today's Bills and like the 90s Bills? And I know this team hasn't made a single Super Bowl, but they've been consistently excellent. And any conversation about what it's going to take to get them the rest of the way there, do you see parallels? Like people thinking, change something, it's not working.
Oh, God,
it feels like the same thing all over again?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? I mean, there were times when people got really upset. There were times I remember. I got hired at BEN in January of '93. I think I have this right. Whatever. I got hired right before the first Super Bowl against Dallas. The Leon Lett game, the blowout, all that stuff. Right. So one of my first assignments was to do the post-game show. We didn't have the contract. The contract was on GR. One of my first assignments. So the Bills just made the Super Bowl for the 3rd straight year. One of my first assignments was to host a post-game show the night of that Super Bowl, and they get blown out. And people are calling up saying trade Jim Kelly. People were calling up saying fire Marv Levy. They wanted like blood in the streets because they had just lost a 3rd straight Super Bowl. So there were times. There was a year. Again, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up the years here. But Kelly gets hurt, and Frank Reich goes on, and not the comeback. I want to say it might have been like a playoff win maybe in Pittsburgh. Anyway, Frank comes in. They win a road playoff game. I think it was the year they went to Miami for the AFC Championship game. Kelly came back. People were calling the station that week going, don't play Kelly. The guy's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Like, he's the best quarterback prior to Josh in Bill's history. And people are calling up saying, play Frank. He's better than Kelly. Kelly's a bum. Yeah, this just in. We as fans get nuts. And even back then, when they were the 1 seed and they were winning division titles and they were averaging 12-4. People would still call up and want to get rid of the quarterback, or people would be angry at Bruce Smith. He didn't have enough sacks. Yeah, it happens. Even when you're really, really good, when you're that good, if you don't get to the Super Bowl and win it, people want to blame people. So yeah, it happens all the time, even back then in the golden years.
Howard Simon in the Western Hotline. We're talking a bit about, he's got a piece up at our website, WGR550.com, remembering a Buffalo broadcasting legend, remembering Art Wander, who passed away at the age of 98. And Howard, should there be a book? Should people have a book about the interesting experiences of Art's life? I mean, you've got stuff in here about the Beatles, among other things.
Right? Like, I knew... So that's part of the fascination of Art, right? Like, again, you have that opinion of someone, you listen to their radio show and say, this guy's just a whack job. Like, he's nuts. And then you meet him, and the first time Art told me, like, he knew the Beatles. Like, I had no idea Art was a bigwig in the music radio business in the 60s and 70s, none at all. And he starts telling me the Beatles story, and I'm just sitting there going, you got to be freaking kidding me about this. This guy lived music history. In fact, I called Bob Kaczynski yesterday because I wanted to get the details straight for the story. Like, I remembered Art told me something about meeting the Beatles, but I couldn't remember all the details. So I called Bob, and, Bob's got a much better memory than I have. So get this story, right? So it's the 1960s. Now, Art, I don't know if you knew that Art was like a big-time programmer of radio stations in the 60s. Like, he programmed stations in national big markets, New York City, Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, and this is, the 60s when rock and roll obviously was taking off. So the Beatles come to the U.S. They do their first U.S. tour. They go to New York City. They play a legendary concert at Shea Stadium in 1965. Art's station in New York City, first off, Art's at the stadium. Art's in one of the dugouts at Shea Stadium watching the Beatles play. In the dugout with Art is Mick Jagger, who, had a fair to middling career of his own, and a young, still up-and-coming singer by the name of Diana Ross. So he's hanging out there. He's watching the Beatles. Now, the backstory on this is Art's station in New York is one of the first in the United States to play a new single from the Beatles called A Day in the Life, which, if you're a Beatles fan, I mean, for me, like, that's one of their greatest songs ever. So because he plays it, Brian Epstein, who's then the manager of the Beatles, sends Art a little thank you note. And from what Kaczynski was telling me, Art kept the thank you note from Brian Epstein in his wallet, probably had it right up until the day he passed the other day.
Wow.
But he develops a friendship with Brian Epstein. So Epstein turns to Art and says, hey, Art, you want to come up in the suite and hang out with the Beatles a little bit in our hotel room? So he does. So here's Art Wander hanging out in a hotel suite with John, Paul, George, and Ringo. I mean, come on. This is amazing. This was one of the greatest bands in the history of music, and Art's there playing, telling his station, let's play this A Day in the Life, and becomes friends with the manager and hangs out with the Beatles. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. 98 years old, and a legend here, bunch of different stations, bunch of different, not just sports, like you said, like other walks of life or other walks of broadcasting, like he was everywhere. How connected did he stay? How connected to him did you stay after he retired, when he was off the air?
I didn't really. I'm trying to remember. I think he might have moved eventually to Tennessee. So I didn't really stay connected with him. I don't want it to sound like we're close friends. We weren't. I worked together at Empire. He was a really good guy. We would always talk to each other when we saw each other in the building, but I never really stayed connected with him after our time at Empire. When he was still around, I might run into him. I would have run into him every now and then, maybe at a UB game. He would show up at a lot of the UB basketball games. Art was a big sports fan. He would go to the games around here. So I'd see him every now and then, Jeremy, but I lost touch with him. And that's why, when you and I are doing the final show a couple of years ago and Kaczynski calls in, because we both worked for Bob at Empire, and Bob plays the recorded message from Art congratulating me on my career and have a great retirement. I look back on it and go, wow, that's really, really cool because of who Art Wander was in his career. That meant so much that he said, oh, Howard's doing his last show. Hey, can you record something for me, Bob? I'd like to play it. like them to play it on the radio station. And that really meant a lot to me, even though, again, hadn't really kept in touch that much with him beyond the Empire years. But he went out of his way to do something like that. But that was art. Like, that's how nice and how cool Art Wander was for everybody.
He never reached out to criticize your pick the Bills number, like, hey, how come you have him at 12? You should be 13. Nothing like that.
I feel like he might have criticized that. How do you have him at 12? It should be 9.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like it might have gone in the other direction, but no. But again, he was really supportive of us when he was at Empire. Like, we were doing fan TV, and Art was there. Actually, Art had one of the shows they did, Jeremy. They did a show, he and Larry Felser. Larry was the longtime sports editor of the Buffalo News. Great guy. These two guys were like, giants in the broadcasting business here in Western New York and the print business for Larry. One of the more popular shows we had at Empire was a segment called the Hot Stove Diner. I want to say it was Fridays. I don't remember. I think it was like a half-hour show. They built a set to look like a diner, and the guys were sitting at a booth at a diner. And it was, everybody would always watch that. People would always talk about, when's the hot stuff? I love the diner. That's great. And it was just Art and Larry hanging out, sitting there talking sports. And it would be a break for us. It would happen inside the fan TV show. So we'd essentially have like a half hour. We'd go have a break, come back, finish our show. But inevitably, you would just like always turn on the TV or stay in the studio and watch these two guys work. That's how amazing it was to see guys like Art and Larry at work, and people love that segment.
Yeah.
So,
well, now in the era of us
guy.
streaming on YouTube, maybe we should get a diner booth over here and we just bring it back. Take
There
the
you
idea
go.
and just have a diner booth segment.
It was, and they would bring in real food at times, which, if anybody knows Art was kind of famous for occasionally stealing someone's lunch, but they would bring in real food, and they would have like food on the diner set. It was just hilarious to watch these guys. Yeah, you know what? I do, by the way, love the fact that we get to see Owen and Josh now on the expanded YouTube version of the morning show. That's really good.
Yes.
I like seeing you guys. It's pretty cool.
Well, hey, it's good to be seen. Howard, before we wrap things up, you can read Howard's piece at WGR550.com, his article, Remembering Art Wander. I will not make you pick the Bills based on James Cook did sign, because I don't think you did it pretending he wasn't on the team, which shows you that I'm losing my fastball, because I should have had you do that like 5 times. But anyway,
I had multiple people in the press box at the Bison's game the other day say, so now the Cook signed, you're picking the Bills, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to make you do it.
You created?
I'm not, well, yeah, it was a wonderful thing. Soon enough, though, we got preseason game number 2. When the end of the preseason, beginning of the season, we'll do an official season pick. But that said, what was your reaction when you saw the Cook news come down? We got breaking news during our show, which was really exciting on Wednesday at 7:30.
That was nice of Brandon Bean to do that for you.
Beautiful, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think James Cook is a tremendous football player. As for me, like a lot of people, I was like, well, how much do you pay a running back? No offense to James. It's really more about the position and the value you place on the position. So my biggest concern was, what's the number going to be? How's it going to affect the cap? If they extend James Cook, does that mean they're not keeping David Edwards? Do they not, keep Torrance down the road? Or let's see, I think McGovern and Edwards, I think, are free agents after this season. Mm-hmm. So that was my concern, Jeremy. I think he's a tremendous football player. I'd obviously much rather have him on this team. I think they're a much better offense with James Cook on it. I'd like to see James Cook get a little bit more action and maybe get some more touches than he got last season, even though they're very deep at running back. So I'm thrilled he's here. I'm glad he's sticking around for, the extension. That's great. And it sounds like it's not going to be a big problem, at least for the next 2 years with the cap. I want to say, what is it, like in 27, his cap number shoots up to like 13. So down the road, they're going to have an issue. But the other thing that was cool, Cook getting done, is all the heavy lifting was also done, right? Josh's contract was restructured, Shakir, Bernard, Benford, like all the key players that you would identify and say, man, you got to keep these guys. They're part of the core. That was all done. And then you got Cook done. So you didn't have to sacrifice any of those guys. And now it's just a matter of, hey, what happens with, McGovern and Edwards next year. I'm fine. I think the contract's okay. I think they're good for 25. They're good for 26. We have this discussion in 27. What do you do about James Cook's contract?
Yeah. Well, will he get more snaps? That's a good question. Bean talked yesterday, or was it yesterday? Yeah, 2 days ago maybe, that they like the mix they've got. And I think that's actually the right approach. Maybe I might have him out on the field on the final drive, even though you don't trust him to, in pass protection. When you need an explosive player in an explosive situation, I might want to put him out there. But other than that, snap counts, keep him fresh, however you want to say it. They're paying him for being good at exactly what they asked him to be good at. And I think sometimes paying a player and then asking them to be more than that might be a mistake.
Yeah, and I don't mean I think his snap count last year was 48%. I'm not talking about boosting him up to 70, but mid-50s.
Yeah.
Maybe just just a handful of more touches every game. I mean, it still is about getting the ball in the hands of your best players. He's one of their best offensive players, probably number 2 behind the quarterback. So I'm good with getting his hands on the ball a little bit more often.
Howard Simon on the Western Hotline. One last thing, Howard. There's another. You could make a case to Owen if you want here. However many years ago it was when you were going to pick a Premier League team to root for, Owen's picking one today at 9:30. We've had a week of getting him some information. He's doing his own research, and he'll declare like LeBron when LeBron went to Miami. Owen will declare who his Premier League team that he's going to root for is. I know that however many years ago I gave you Tottenham. And you've been every time I see you now, you're wearing your Tottenham scarf. You wake up every morning thinking about your Spurs, right? That definitely worked.
So Harry Kane, is he still there? Or?
He is not. No.
Okay, so that would show you that I have not kept up on the Spurs.
That'd be like not knowing whether or not Josh Allen is on the Bills, right? Is Harry Kane still there?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
Is this going to be streamed live? You're going to get everybody watching like they did with the LeBron decision?
I think so. I think we'll probably outdo the LeBron numbers.
We're trying to beat the Taylor Swift
burning
podcast.
Owen Parker jerseys. I mean, if they don't, are people going to go out in the streets and burn Owen Parker old hockey jerseys?
Maybe.
Or?
If he makes the wrong pick, I'm prepared to react accordingly.
Okay.
There's
don't know who he's picking.
No, he's down to a final 5 or 6 maybe.
I got 4 left.
Final 4. He's down to his final 4. Yeah. So
is one of them Arsenal?
Yes, of course. I mean, come on. It's the only right choice.
Liverpool.
No, he eliminated Liverpool because Liverpool won last year, and it's tough to jump on the winners.
Okay.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to be seen as a front runner.
You got to take an up, and he's not going with Man U. Man City. He's going
those are both options in the final 4.
They're both on the final 4. Yep.
Wow.
Tottenham, your old club is also still included, so I may be joining you in your,
I think I still have the local Tottenham fan club. When you did that, Jeremy, they sent me a nice Spurs hoodie.
Oh, nice.
Pretty sure I still have it.
Nice. You got a care package. You got a care package.
I did. I got a nice care package of Spurs goodies, so I don't think it'll fit Owen, though.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on and sharing your memories of Art, and good luck to the Mets. I saw they lost last night, but they got a good record, and have they survived the worst of this little swoon, or are they still in the swoon?
No, they're still in swoon. They're on pace to miss the playoffs entirely. This is wonderful.
What do you mean they're
unbelievable? They're going to miss the playoffs. They won't make the playoffs at this rate.
Really?
They had the best record in Major League Baseball 2 months ago, and I don't even. Are they in the third wild? They're out. They're going to drop out of the wild card.
Yeah, they're 5 games back of the Phillies now, and in the wild card. Yeah, okay, they're in the third spot in the wild card. 1-9 in their last 10. Okay.
They've lost 13 out of 15.
Okay.
They have one of the worst records in Major League Baseball for the last 2 months. The starters, in terms of average innings pitched, they're 29th in the last 2 months, and they're one of the lowest scoring teams in the last. Other than that, Jeremy, it's going great. Thank you for asking.
All right. Hey, I care. I gotta keep informed on all this. Thanks, Howard.
Yeah, you contribute to my stress level. Always a pleasure, Mr. White. I hope you're doing well.
We'll have you in soon enough to pick the Bills for the true regular season one, as Bills and Ravens in a couple of weeks. Bills and Bears Sunday night preseason game number 2. Thank you, Howard. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Sal at 8 from Chicago to give us the preview on what the Bills and Bears will be working on. The Bills did make a roster move yesterday that I think is interesting. Jalen Virgil was waived and waived injured. He picked up an injury. He was the guy that dressed over Shavers multiple times for a special teams role last year. And I think it was a good day for Tyrell Shavers to maybe make the team to see that Jalen Virgil was waived. So that's interesting to talk about with Sal. When we get back, there's a budding conspiracy that I feel like it just doesn't hold up about the Chiefs and a likely soon-to-be suspended wide receiver. We'll tell you about that. I think it'll make you feel good, actually, that this conspiracy isn't real, and it drives home a point about the Chiefs and what lies ahead of them. That's coming up here on WGR. What was your reaction when you saw the Cook news come down? We got breaking news during our show, which was really exciting on Wednesday at 7:30.
That was nice of Brandon Bean to do that for you.
Beautiful, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think James Cook is a tremendous football player. As for me, like a lot of people, I was like, well, how much do you pay a running back? You know, no offense to James. It's really more about the position and the value you place on the position. So my biggest concern was, what's the number going to be? How's it going to affect the cap? If they extend James Cook, does that mean they're not keeping David Edwards? Do they not, keep Torrance down the road? Or let's see, I think McGovern and Edwards, I think, are free agents after this season. Mm-hmm. So that was my concern, Jeremy. I think he's a tremendous football player. I'd obviously much rather have him on this team. I think they're a much better offense with James Cook on it. I'd like to see James Cook get a little bit more action and maybe get some more touches than he got last season, even though they're very deep at running back. So I'm thrilled he's here. I'm glad he's sticking around for, the extension. That's great. And it sounds like it's not going to be a big problem, at least for the next 2 years with the cap. I want to say, what is it, like in 27, his cap number shoots up to like 13. So down the road, they're going to have an issue. But the other thing that was cool, Cook getting done, is all the heavy lifting was also done, right? Josh's contract was restructured, Shakir, Bernard, Benford, like all the key players that you would identify and say, man, you got to keep these guys. They're part of the core. That was all done. And then you got Cook done. So you didn't have to sacrifice any of those guys. And now it's just a matter of, hey, what happens with, McGovern and Edwards next year. I'm fine. I think the contract's okay. I think they're good for 25. They're good for 26. We have this discussion in 27. What do you do about James Cook's contract?
Howard, should there be a book? Should people have a book about the interesting experiences of Art's life? I mean, you've got stuff in here about the Beatles, among other things.
Right? Like I knew, so that's part of the fascination of Art, right? Like, again, you have that opinion of someone, you listen to their radio show and say, this guy's just a whack job. Like, he's nuts. And then you meet him, and the first time Art told me, like, he knew the Beatles. Like, I had no idea Art was a bigwig in the music radio business in the 60s and 70s, none at all. And he starts telling me the Beatles story, and I'm just sitting there going, you got to be freaking kidding me about this. This guy lived music history. In fact, I called Bob Kaczynski yesterday because I wanted to get the details straight for the story. Like, I remembered Art told me something about meeting the Beatles, but I couldn't remember all the details. So I called Bob, and, Bob's got a much better memory than I have. So get this story, right? So it's the 1960s. Now, Art, I don't know if you knew that Art was like a big-time programmer. of radio stations in the 60s. Like, he programmed stations in national big markets, New York City, Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas. And this is, the 60s when rock and roll obviously was taking off. So the Beatles come to the U.S. They do their first U.S. tour. They go to New York City. They play a legendary concert at Shea Stadium in 1965. Art's stationed in New York City. First off, Art's at the stadium. Art's in one of the dugouts at Shea Stadium watching the Beatles play. In the dugout with Art is Mick Jagger, who, had a fair to midland career of his own, and a young, still up-and-coming singer by the name of Diana Ross. So he's hanging out there. He's watching the Beatles. Now, the backstory on this is Art's station in New York is one of the first in the United States to play a new single from the Beatles called A Day in the Life, which, if you're a Beatles fan, for me, that's one of their greatest songs ever. So because he plays it, Brian Epstein, who's then the manager of the Beatles, sends Art a little thank you note. And from what Kaczynski was telling me, Art kept the thank you note from Brian Epstein in his wallet, probably had it right up until the day he passed the other day.
Wow.
But he develops a friendship with Brian Epstein. So Epstein turns to Art and says, hey, Art, you want to come up in the suite and hang out with the Beatles a little bit in our hotel room? So he does. So here's Art Wander hanging out in a hotel suite with John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Come on. This is amazing. This was one of the greatest bands in the history of music. And Art's there playing, telling his station, let's play this A Day in the Life, and becomes friends with the manager and hangs out with the Beatles. It's just unbelievable.
Travel day for the Buffalo Bills yesterday as they headed off to Chicago for some joint practices with the Bears. Bills and Bears will practice later today and then play a preseason game number 2 on Sunday night at 8 o'clock. No word yet from the Bills on how many of their starters will play on Sunday. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, Rashee Rice of the Kansas City Chiefs expected to have his disciplinary hearing with the NFL on September 30th. That means Rice will start the season with the Chiefs and play at least 4 games before potentially facing suspension in the back half of the season. Cleveland Browns second-round pick Quinshon Judkins has been facing a misdemeanor battery charge for the entire offseason. However, a Florida prosecutor declined to formally charge him yesterday. The NFL announced they'll be conducting their own investigation in the case. Judkins is the only remaining rookie from this past draft that has yet to sign his entry-level deal. Also with the Browns, they're reportedly signing former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Bond faced a sexual assault charge that surfaced just before the NFL draft, causing him to remain undrafted. However, it was announced yesterday there was not enough substantial evidence to formally charge Bond. Cleveland.com's Mary Kay Cabot reported last night that the Browns will do their due diligence on Bond and have not signed him yet. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We're in a situation where we want to go and have a good practice, good strong practice, and then, with some of the injuries that we do have, want to get through that practice and see where we stand as it relates to those injuries and then numbers available at each position. So it has not been decided yet, but I think the first step here for us is having a strong practice outing against the Bears on Friday, and then being able to kind of reset the deck and go from there as it relates to how we come out of that and how healthy we are.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Joint practice today. We'll talk about it with Sal at 8 o'clock. Scott Pianowski at 8:30 on some fantasy football matters. Before we get to this Chiefs conspiracy, should we be remembering some Bears today? It's a joint practice. They got a game on Sunday. Remember some Bears. Want to do it? Josh, hit me some football music. My first name is Neil Anderson. You guys have no idea who Neil Anderson is, do you?
No clue.
Neil Anderson. He's a Bears running back from 1993. That's a guess. Neil Anderson. He was pretty good. Remember some Bears. Willie Gault.
Ooh.
That's even further back. That's going to be like Tecmo Bowl Bear guy. Willie Gault. Fast.
See, you bring out these guys from so long ago, and then I'm thinking of like Cairo Santos from a couple years ago.
That's fine. Right. That's okay. Willie Gault, if I'm not mistaken, was an actual track star and might have competed in the Olympics.
Well, I got Desmond Clark was a Bear, was he not?
Take your word for it. Sounds right.
That was one that I, for some reason, remember.
I'm trying to find it. Yeah, Willie Gault was on the 1980. He was a member of the Olympic team that boycotted the 1980 Olympics. Yeah, speedster.
He received a congressional gold medal at one point.
There you go. Remember some Bears. Other Bears. Israel Adonijah. Why do I remember him? Sorry. The Bills signed him when he was on the transition tag, and the Bears elected to keep him. I think that's a name. It's like it's a very deep pull from the drought.
Marion Barber. He's a running back for the Bears.
I remember him.
He was a Cowboy.
I was going to say, I remember him with the Cowboys. Was he with the Bears too?
And then he went to the Bears after that, and I remember that because I was old enough to remember anything. That's what
Mitch Trubisky. Revenge game, by the way, for Mitch.
There we go.
That's a real question for McDermott, by the way. Will they go Mike White and then Mitch Trubisky in this game?
Or reverse it?
Because if they go Trubisky and then Mike White, then, I mean, Trubisky's your backup. You're getting him 2 opportunities to play with the
ones.
Yeah,
right.
Basically with the whatever version of the ones is out there.
That's a good point.
It's his former team. You wonder if there'd be a little bit of a push to get him that spot, and then Mike White could play against the Bucs the following week. All right, am I tapped out on Bears? There's got to be more Bears.
I got. There's a receiver that I'm trying to think of that I can't.
Leslie Frazier.
Yes.
Ah. What is the guy's name that I'm trying to think
of?
Royals?
Is it Alshon Jeffrey?
No.
Is it Brandon Marshall? Was he?
Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall?
That's the one. Thank you.
Steve McMichael. Rashawn Salam is a great pull.
Eddie Royal.
Brian Urlacher. Remember some Bears. Who wants to do it? The chat also goes with Gale Sayers.
Oh, yes.
Refrigerator Perry. Of course,
Julius
Walter
Peppers,
Payton.
Rashawn Salam.
Rashawn Salam. He's a former Colorado running back.
Wow.
I think he went top 5, maybe 5th overall to the Bears way back when. He's on the Cordell Stewart Colorado team, I think. Anyway, the Bears. The Bears as an existence, it's been tough.
Yeah.
It's been tough.
That is tough.
They are due for the Bills and the Lions to come out of it after lengthy periods of nothingness. Imagining a world in which the Bears are legitimately good is kind of nuts. The NFC North itself is almost too good for its own good. The Bears are the worst team with the hotshot head coach, the number 1 overall pick, and good weapons. We'll see how they do this year. But Matt Forte, Mohsin Mohammed, Bernard Berrien,
Roy Williams.
Thomas Jones, a good answer. Roy Williams. Which Roy Williams?
I don't even know.
There are a couple Roy Williams. All right. So the conspiracy theory I gotta kind of squash before it gets started. And in the process of doing this is going to make you feel, I think it's going to make you feel better, or at least it's going to drive home a point. So Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice expected to have his disciplinary hearing with the NFL on September 30th. It means he is now able to play the first 4 weeks before any discipline is imposed for his role in a multi-car accident in Dallas in 2024's offseason. So, first off, it's been a long time since this happened, and whatever. Like, here we are. We're waiting to find out how long he'll be suspended. Warren Sharp pointed out that the Chiefs' hardest 4-game stretch of the season is their first 4 games. And that for the Chiefs to get Rice in the first 4 and then have him potentially subject to discipline is a huge break for the Chiefs. And, of course, when the Chiefs get a break, how's it work? People will say that the league is fixing it for them. We have a few in that group that live in our YouTube chat that say everything is fixed for the Chiefs. Well, all right, let's go down this rabbit hole. The Chiefs' schedule, they do open their first 4 games. There are 3 difficult opponents. It is the Chargers in Brazil, the Eagles at home, the Giants, and then the Ravens. And that is a tough 4-game stretch. Those 4 games will happen for the Chiefs. Then Rice has his disciplinary hearing, and who knows what the suspension is from there. Maybe it's 4 games, maybe it's 5, 6. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of times when these come down, there's then an appeal, but this one might not be one that falls in that same timeline because the judge that's going to see this, the reason it's September 30th is that's what fit into her schedule. So anyway, all right, you think, wow, what a gift for the Chiefs. They're going to get to have Rice out there for the Chargers, Eagles, and Ravens in the first 4 weeks. Like, okay. Their next 5 weeks after that, at Jacksonville, all right, Detroit, the Raiders, the Commanders, and the Bills. That's 3, at least 3 really good teams in a 5-week stretch. Oh, they had 3 really good teams in a 4-week stretch. It's fixed. They're going to get Rice in those first 4 games. Like, okay, what if he misses the next 4 games? Or the next 5 games? And then the takeaway for me on wrapping all this up is take a look at this for a second. The Bills and the Chiefs will play in Week 9. That is September 2nd, 4:25 at Highmark Stadium. The Chiefs, before that game, will have played the Commanders, the Lions, the Ravens, the Eagles, and the Chargers. 5 good to great teams before their game with the Bills. The Bills will play before that same game, Week 9, the Panthers, the Falcons, the Patriots, the Saints, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Ravens. The Ravens are an equal, right? They both play the Ravens before that game. For the Bills, it's Jets, Dolphins, Saints, Patriots, Falcons, Panthers. And for the Chiefs, it's Chargers, Eagles, Giants, Jags, Lions, Raiders, Commanders. Like, holy cow. If the Bills aren't up on the Chiefs going into that game in any sort of playoff race, would anyone want to make a bet that by the time that game comes around, we're going to feel like if the Bills beat the Chiefs, they will maybe not guarantee the 1 seed, maybe not guarantee home field, but the Bills, if they win that day, we're going to say they're not going to Arrowhead. Would the Chiefs have 2 losses? The Bills have 1. Could the Bills get a 2.5 game lead if they win that game? By the time we get to November 2nd, we're going to be able to say whether or not, I think we'll be able to say whether or not the Bills are going to have to go to Arrowhead. We know the Bills have a favorable schedule, and a lot of their toughest games are at home. After that game, the Chiefs still have the Broncos twice and the Chargers 1 more time. And, of course, after the Bills and Chiefs play, their toughest opponents, maybe Tampa, Houston, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Philly. Okay. Like the Bills' schedule gets a little tougher as it goes. But November 2nd, if the Bills win their first game against Baltimore, people will expect them to be 7-0 going into the Chief game, 6-1 at worst. And what'll Kansas City be? They'll have to play Baltimore. They'll have to play Washington, Detroit, Philadelphia. Like, you could have, I'm not trying to count the chickens before they hatch here, but the 1 seed race could go all year long, and there could be plenty. Maybe you lose to Baltimore, but if you beat the Chiefs in that November 2nd game, it is very possible we will say, like, bookmark this, it's August 15th. Josh, record this right now, this sentence, and save it for the day the Bills play the Chiefs. I can play it on pregame. I feel like looking at the schedule, that game is going to be to make sure they don't have to go to Arrowhead in any scenario. They'll just have a better record than the Chiefs. So, a conspiracy about Rashee Rice turns into, I think we can eliminate Arrowhead in the postseason on November 2nd. I'll take it. 803-0550. Who knows if Rice is available for that game. 1-888-552-550 to join us. Sal, top of the hour from Chicago on the joint practice that's on the way with the Bears. It's coming up here on WGR. I wonder about Brady. Thanks, Tim. I wonder about Brady if he's the next Ben Johnson. And by that I mean he stays where he is a little longer until the right job comes. Right? Like Ben Johnson was the hot coaching candidate in football for a couple seasons. He was the offensive coordinator for the Lions for 3 years and the passing game coordinator for the Lions in 2021. But Ben Johnson took the job this year. He was very much thought to definitely going to take a job 2 years ago and didn't. And Brady, he got a couple of calls, right? An interview last year. I wonder if this upcoming season is the year that Brady gets a lot more of that and kind of decides for himself. Ben Johnson, his arc was, I'm waiting for the right job. Chicago came open, and it's Caleb Williams and an offense that's looks ready-made for him. For Brady, not all jobs are the same. What's the better job, the Charger job or the Saints job? Herbert versus what? A retiring Derek Carr. What's the better job? If the Miami job comes available, is that a job that the hottest coordinator on the market's going to want? I mean, you just had an offensive mind. Mike McDaniel's there. Maybe they have a good season, maybe not. But he's a bright offensive mind and has had a very, very good record with Tua when Tua plays. Is the next coach going in there and going to hitch his wagon to a quarterback that misses time? And if he misses time, your offense isn't as good, and you're going to pay for it with your own job. Like, not all jobs are the same. Obviously, I mean, you guys know that. And that's where, as much as I think we would all agree Brady is a great candidate to be a head coach and will be talked about a lot, I'm not going to treat it as a lock that he goes until we know what jobs are open. Like, who's the best quarterback whose coach gets fired this season? That's a good question, who that could be. The favorites for getting fired are Brian Daboll, and that's Jackson Dart. Like, are you just signing up for Jackson Dart? If Jackson Dart does enough on tape to look good, I mean, Brian Daboll might keep his job. So you're a coach just kind of going into that mess. Every year this time of year, we get confident they're going to be good again. And that's got a lot of value. They're going to be good again. Knock on wood, as long as something crazy doesn't happen. They're going to be good again, and we know that. And we get to January, what's going to be the story? Can they beat the team that they don't beat? Can they beat all the teams in their way and finally deliver? Can they even get to a Super Bowl? But now or never from Brett Coleman as the YouTube thumbnail picture and the entire conversation about it being now or never, about it being really Super Bowl or bust. Anything short of that will be a great season, but also disappointment, right? We're right back there. The Cook contract is the next step in, hey, it's all here for you. Nothing is going wrong. They're not missing their star running back who's sitting out due to a contract dispute. He's now in the fold, and everything is just, all right, let's see how it goes. The GM said it was the defense that's the problem. They try to bolster their defense through free agency and in the draft, and here we are. So the way that I wanted to ask this and get your thoughts on this at 803-0550 is, do you feel like you want to give the McBean team, McDermott and Bean, do you want to give them years and years and years, or are you starting to get to something else has to happen? So there has to be a Super Bowl appearance to want to keep things on the right track. These guys have undoubtedly kept things on the right track. They've built a great franchise. They built a great team. They built a team that, Buffalo Bills fans are super proud of and would be for good reason. They drafted the franchise quarterback. They helped him develop into one of the most exciting players to watch in the league. There's an offense that puts up 1 million points. Like, they've got a lot going for them. And again, like, the tone of this hour and 20 minutes I watched, it was almost like, the zoom out that I wanted was, yeah, everything you guys feel is legit. They built something. All right, time for the stat of the day. I saw this stat of the day was it's a Sabre stat. August 15th, right? Why not have a Sabre stat? Let's do it. The number is This is from the account The Sabre Report on Twitter, which, run by wonderful people there, that the Sabres have the most 5-on-5 goals in the NHL since the 2022-23 season. They have the most 5-on-5 goals.
I saw this yesterday too, and I had to almost. I needed the Men in Black memory flasher.
Right. I don't want to know that.
What on earth? I did not need to think about that and the fact that they are so bad in so many different ways that they can be that great in one way.
And the most important thing you want to be good at is, can you score 5-on-5? Yes.
It's the hardest thing to do. It's the thing guys get paid the most to do. It's insane. Don't get me hot.
Imagine showing that to someone right after the 18-game losing streak.
Yeah.
With Ralph Kruger, or even this past season with a 13-game losing streak. Imagine showing someone that stat.
How about 2 losing streaks that reach teenage status? Anyway, that's your stat of the day. I saw that. I needed it. Speaking of hockey, the Seattle Kraken, we mentioned this very briefly. They have a new third jersey coming out that there's been some speculation that it would glow. Maybe that might have been my speculation. There's an Australian rugby team that has introduced a Northern Lights jersey that glows. 30th anniversary of the North Queensland Cowboys, and they have a Northern Lights jersey they are debuting in 2 weeks, and it is navy blue and glows.
Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty
all
hardcore.
The logos, all the sponsors. One of those jerseys covered in a million different sponsors, but it glows.
Wow.
Didn't the Golden Knights have a jersey that glows a couple years ago? But it was only when the lights were off. It was like UV, I think.
I don't know.
It said Vegas across the chest, in a slant.
They
only wore it once.
Or it might have been one of their pregame, a mascot might have worn that.
2022 reverse retro glow-in-the-dark jerseys, yes.
Right. Wow.
They apparently did glow. Yeah, you wouldn't really see it, but I'm seeing now. They wore the jerseys 8 times. You wouldn't really know they glow in the dark because the lights are never out. But when they were, the outlining of Vegas would glow. So, okay. More glow jerseys. That's what I want. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. And Sal joins us top of the hour. Bill's made a couple roster moves. We'll get the breakdown ahead of today's joint practice. A joint practice with the Bears that comes today. No doubt we'll get some highlights of that. Joint practice highlights are the rage. They're the new thing that I think is valuable. Keon Coleman catches a fade route against the Bills corner. I got to be mad about it somehow. Or the defensive back breaks up a pass. Now I'm mad the receiver didn't separate. Now just beat the Bears. Beat him at practice. I saw someone keeping score in a practice of how many. I know. But joint practice, is it not more meaningful, more useful than just regular training camp? At least the other team is trying to stop you. And if they don't, you get to say that your guys did well. You don't have anybody to be mad at. So, all right, we'll get some highlights. Sal coming up. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Howard, should there be a book? Should people have a book about the interesting experiences of Art's life? I mean, you've got stuff in here about the Beatles, among other things.
Right? I knew. So that's part of the fascination of Art, right? Again, you have that opinion of someone, you listen to their radio show and say, this guy's just a whack job. He's nuts. And then you meet him. And the first time Art told me, he knew the Beatles. I had no idea Art was a bigwig in the music radio business in the 60s and 70s. None at all. And he starts telling me the Beatles story. And I'm just sitting there going, you got to be freaking kidding me about this. This guy lived music history. In fact, I called Bob Kaczynski yesterday because I wanted to get the details straight for the story. I remembered Art told me something about meeting the Beatles, but I couldn't remember all the details. So I called Bob, and, Bob's got a much better memory than I have. So get this story, right? So it's the 1960s. Now, Art I don't know if you knew that Art was like a big-time programmer of radio stations in the 60s. Like, he programmed stations in national big markets, New York City, Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas. And this is, the 60s when rock and roll obviously was taking off. So the Beatles come to the U.S. They do their first U.S. tour. They go to New York City. They play a legendary concert at Shea Stadium in 1965. Art's station in New York City. First off, Art's at the stadium. Art's in one of the dugouts at Shea Stadium watching the Beatles play. In the dugout with Art is Mick Jagger, who, had a fair to middling career of his own, and a young, still up-and-coming singer by the name of Diana Ross. So he's hanging out there. He's watching the Beatles. Now, the backstory on this is Art's station in New York is one of the first in the United States to play a new single from the Beatles called A Day in the Life, which, if you're a Beatles fan, I mean, for me, like, that's one of their greatest songs ever. So because he plays it, Brian Epstein, who's then the manager of the Beatles, sends Art a little thank you note. And from what Kaczynski was telling me, Art kept the thank you note from Brian Epstein in his wallet, probably had it right up until the day he passed the other day.
Wow.
But he develops a friendship with Brian Epstein. So Epstein turns to Art and says, hey, Art, you want to come up in the suite and hang out with the Beatles a little bit in our hotel room? So he does. So here's Art Wander hanging out in a hotel suite with John, Paul, George, and Ringo. I mean, come on. This is amazing. This was one of the greatest bands in the history of music. And Art's there playing, telling his station, let's play this A Day in the Life, and becomes friends with the manager and hangs out with the Beatles. It's just unbelievable.
What was your reaction when you saw the Cook news come down? We got breaking news during our show, which was really exciting on Wednesday at 7:30.
That was nice of Brandon Bean to do that for you.
Beautiful, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think James Cook is a tremendous football player. As for me, like a lot of people, I was like, well, how much do you pay a running back? No offense to James. It's really more about the position and the value you place on the position. So my biggest concern was, what's the number going to be? How's it going to affect the cap? If they extend James Cook, does that mean they're not keeping David Edwards? Do they not, keep Torrance down the road? Or let's see, I think McGovern and Edwards, I think, are free agents after this season. Mm-hmm. So that was my concern, Jeremy. I think he's a tremendous football player. I'd obviously much rather have him on this team. I think they're a much better offense with James Cook on it. I'd like to see James Cook get a little bit more action and maybe get some more touches than he got last season, even though they're very deep at running back. So I'm thrilled he's here. I'm glad he's sticking around for, the extension. That's great. And it sounds like it's not going to be a big problem, at least for the next 2 years with the cap. I want to say, what is it, like in 27, his cap number shoots up to like 13. So down the road, they're going to have an issue. But the other thing that was cool, Cook getting done, is all the heavy lifting was also done, right? Josh's contract was restructured, Shakir, Bernard, Benford, like all the key players that you would identify and say, man, you got to keep these guys. They're part of the core. That was all done. And then you got Cook done. So you didn't have to sacrifice any of those guys. And now it's just a matter of, hey, what happens with, McGovern and Edwards next year. I'm fine. I think the contract's okay. I think they're good for 25. They're good for 26. We have this discussion in 27. What do you do about James Cook's contract?
Good morning. Travel day yesterday for the Bills as they headed off to Chicago for joint practices with the Bears. The Bills and Bears will practice together later today and then play a preseason game, number 2, on Sunday at 8 o'clock. No word yet from the Bills on how many of their starters are expected to play on Sunday. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, Rashee Rice of the Kansas City Chiefs is expected to have his disciplinary hearing with the NFL on September 30th. That means that Rice will start the season with the Chiefs and play at least 4 games before potentially facing suspension in the back half of the season. ESPN's Dan Graziano reports that it's expected the suspension could impact the player and his team starting in Week 10. Rice was involved in a dangerous multi-car accident due to speeding last offseason in Dallas. Cleveland Browns second-round pick Quinshon Judkins was facing a misdemeanor battery charge all offseason. However, yesterday, a Florida prosecutor declined to formally charge him. The NFL announced that they will be conducting their own investigation into the case. Judkins is the only remaining rookie from this past draft that has yet to sign his entry-level contract. The Browns are also reportedly signing former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Bond faced a sexual assault charge that surfaced just before the NFL draft, causing him to remain undrafted. However, it was announced yesterday that there was not enough substantial evidence to formally charge Bond. Cleveland.com's Mary Kay Cabot reports that the Browns will be doing their due diligence on Bond, but have not signed him yet. The LA Rams and head coach Sean McVay said yesterday that quarterback Matthew Stafford will work out with the team on Saturday. Stafford has not practiced at all this training camp due to an aggravated disc in his back and has only worked out one other time to assess his injury progress. McVay says he'll be using this workout on Saturday to check in on the progress once again and see if he's ready to return. In baseball, the Yankees and Red Sox were off last night. However, the Toronto Blue Jays were in action against the Chicago Cubs. The Blue Jays won over the Cubs 2-1, winning their 71st game of the year, taking a 5-game lead over the Red Sox in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The Capaccio copter has touched down in Chicago ahead of Bills and Bears and a joint practice between the Bills and Bears, and then a preseason game number 2 out of 3 for the Bills. So joining us live from Chicago on the Western Hotline is Mr. Sal Capaccio. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jeremy. If I may, just want to start today by condolences to Art Wander's family, people who knew Art Wander, the entire, region and community in radio and entertainment. What an amazing, amazing man. I know you know he passed away yesterday. Mm-hmm. I read about it thanks to our friend Bob Kaczynski, who posted about it. And Art Wander was a man who did what, was a talk show host. And it literally the reason I do this for a living. Like, Art Wander was the reason I got into this business to do this. In high school, my dad and I, when we'd be in the car, I would say I was an old soul. I was in high school listening to talk radio. At the time, that wasn't cool at the time, right?
Yeah.
But I did that. And if my dad went to the store, I wanted to sit in the car and I wanted to listen. And I would call him. I would call his show. And you should do this on your show, Jeremy. What he did was he had everybody had nicknames. And every day, the first person who called in, the guy, he's called himself Mr. T. Let's go to Mr. T. And then there was a guy named the Polish Prince. And there was a guy named Ace. And there was all these different names. And I'm like, man, I need a nickname. It was kind of corny and cool. I was, young, and I went to Cleveland Hill. So I said, oh, you know what? We're the Golden Eagles. I was the Golden Eagle when I would call. Like, that was my nickname when I'd call the talk show at like 16 years old. And I'd record myself and listen back. Anyway, one time I called him and I said, can I talk to you about something off the air? And he said, sure. So I called the same number, and he picked it right up, right after the show. He goes, hey, Golden Eagle, what's going on? I'm like, oh, hey, Art. I said, listen, I want to do what you do for a living, and I want to go to Syracuse University. Would it be okay? Could you write me a letter of recommendation? Absolutely. And I went down to Franklin Street, where the old studios was many years ago, and he did that for me. And it was a tough day to learn yesterday, but I know he lived an amazing, amazing life. And I know a lot of people who I heard from yesterday who said that, they listened to Art growing up and just wanted to pass that along because he meant so much to me and my life and my career.
Yeah, we had Howard on earlier, Sal. Talked to Howard about it. Howard has a piece up at our website, WGR550.com, just like remembering Art. And it's funny, Howard said that, like, getting to know Art Wanderer over the years, he didn't think he would like him at first because he thought he was too bombastic and he's on the radio. And then he got to know him, like, oh, he's a really nice guy, which is, not an unusual kind of thing. When you were listening to Art way back then,
yeah.
Was he bombastic? Was he, I'm not saying like a hot take artist, but, when you're someone back then, you had to be remembered. Like, what do you remember his style to be like?
Yeah, he was an entertainer. I would say bombastic is an interesting word. I don't know. He wasn't hot takey. He was an entertainer. He would be critical and he would go after people, and there were people that he absolutely loved and he would really defend all the time. He was kind of a little bit of kind of polarizing that way, but it was never in a way that I think that, we've had other people on the radio here where, oh man, this person's just like really going after it one way or the other. Art had his favorites, and there was times where he went after people, and I believe it was him that Bill Polian was referencing. Did Howard talk about it when he said, when Bill Polian went on a press conference one time and he said, and if you don't like it, get out of town or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that was Art he was referencing because Art had kind of criticized, something the Bills had done. So yeah, he was an entertainer, and that's why, you have to be an entertainer when you come up with the name Tiny Tot of the Kilowatt or Artie Baby Boo Boo, right? That's who he was. So yeah, in an era where you kind of had to really, it was all about calls, right? It was taking calls. This guy was the master at taking calls and engaging with people.
Well, the Golden Eagle is on the Western Hotline right now, talking to us from Chicago. All right, so I saw you got to see the Bean is it Millennium Park? Millennium Park? What is that?
I believe that is Millennium Park.
Yeah, the Bean. I've seen the Bean. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd never seen it before. And then people started telling me there's a conspiracy theory that there's a man in the bean. And I'm like, what? Right. There's literally protesters out there doing this. And I started going down the rabbit hole last night, and I definitely should not have done that. I just want you to know.
All right.
So this is not too far away from the hotel where we're staying. And I went out last night to just walk around, want to get a little bite to eat. And then I said, boy, I wonder where the bean is. And sure enough, it was right there, Millennial Park, one or the other. So I walked over there, and yeah, a lot of people. It was pretty busy there, but everybody's taking pictures and experiencing it. So Chicago's a really cool city. It's a very I always say it's a great summer city. Like Chicago kind of comes alive in the summer with the bridges and the boats and all that kind of stuff. There's different parts of Chicago where you can always be and stay. I always say it's different than like New York or Boston. To me, New York and Boston are very, very walkable through the whole city, even though you're not going to walk from every side of Manhattan to the other, but you can. That's not Chicago. You kind of have to pick and choose where you want to be, but once you're there, it has very distinct features all over.
So joint practice today with the Bears, and then a game at the Bears Stadium, Soldier Field. Checking in on the Bears, Sal, where is the practice? Is it at their facility? Is it at their stadium? Where are things going to happen? Because I'd imagine we'll see some highlights today on these joint practices. I was kind of joking earlier on. They're like, these are the new training camp highlights that we're getting. We got a lot of Dolphins-Lions, Dolphins-Bears. So where will this all be taking place today?
Yeah, good question. It is not at Soldier Field. It is at Hallis Hall. Hallis Hall is located in, I believe, Forest Hills. I have to take a look exactly. Lake Forest, I believe, is actually where it is. So I don't know in relation exactly where that is to Soldier Field, but it is a practice facility where the Bears hold their practices. And yes, we're going to have there's no fans. This is a closed practice to fans, but it is open to media, obviously. So I'll be there. Other media will be on hand, both Chicago and Buffalo. And you're going to obviously get different perspectives. That's part of the cool thing that I like about these things is whether it's the Bills or someone else. Last week, the Bears had a joint practice against the Miami Dolphins, and you read the reports from the Dolphins people and from the Bears people, and same thing here. So Bills fans can obviously, we want you to read our coverage and listen and all that, but you'll get perspective from Buffalo media. You'll get perspective from Chicago media, and I think that's cool. Like how did they really what you're seeing matches up because you're kind of seeing it from a different lens right there. And then as we talked about before, you really don't know exactly what you're going to get, except I could probably tell you're going to get, one-on-ones with offensive line and defensive line or receivers against DBs. How much 7-on-7 they do, how much 11-on-11. They're not going to. Usually you're not taking guys totally to the ground, even in this setting. You're doing up thud, but you could have that because you're trying to prepare for the season. It's about getting your work done. It's about being efficient, and that's what today's goal is.
Sell some transactions for the Bills ahead of this practice. They wide receiver Jalen Virgil and defensive end Justin Hollins were waived, and the Bills added tight end Matt Sokol. He's back with the team. He was with them before, and also a defensive end in Nelson Caesar. So a couple, end of the roster moves, but Virgil, is he the most surprising piece here? I mean, he played last year. He's on the roster last year, and to have him waived, injured, would probably be good news for Tyrell Shavers?
I would say that's probably right, or everybody else who can elevate, but I think, sure, Shavers is one of those guys right there that we've talked about a lot, but I agree with you going back to what you said about Virgil, that a little surprising. I didn't realize he had an injury that would cause him to be released. I know that he was dealing with something the other day out of practice. I don't know if he had a full practice, but I think he had missed the one practice. But that said, I thought he was having a good camp, Jeremy. Like, it was always a guy who was a little bit under the radar that I would bring up once in a while that, Virgil's kind of popping a little bit here. Still, to me, a long shot to make the roster. Like, I didn't think he was going to make it, but you're right. They had him on the practice squad last year. And then they elevated him, and then they signed him. Remember, because they elevated him like a couple times, so they signed him. So he actually did play a role on the Bills' offense last year and on special teams. Offense, he had a few snaps, but he played on special teams, but he was on the active roster. So what does that do at wide receiver? It is interesting that when they go and sign somebody, they sign Matt Sokol, who had been released last week, I think a couple days ago, so that was more of it sounds like a paper transaction. They had to have numbers. But in this case, they don't bring in another wide receiver. So now you're down Jalen Virgil. What do you still have? Of course, beyond Shakir, Coleman, Palmer, and then it's Samuel, Elijah Moore, Tyrell Shavers, Laviska Shenault, and KJ Hamler. Christian is now playing. So you still have a lot of competition for the back end of the wide receiver spot. And I'm interested to see who practices today. That's going to be an interesting storyline. Is Curtis Samuel out there? Elijah Moore, who didn't practice the other day? Are these guys? Tyrell Shavers didn't practice the other day. Is he going to today? So today could be a big day to kind of get a little bit more of a read and separation on what the Bills feel.
Sal Capaccio from Chicago. We might get an indication of how they lay out the preseason game on Sunday. Would you anticipate, let's start, Sal, with quarterback, that they flip their order? They played well enough to have a real competition here? Because it's Trubisky's old team. I don't know how that factors in, but I feel like if Trubisky goes first, then Mitch Trubisky is the backup quarterback. But I could be wrong there. How do you think they handle it?
I wouldn't rule out Josh Allen playing, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't know that. Maybe not, right? We don't know. I think today could determine that too, Jeremy, which is what if he has a really good day today, gets everything done, they want to get done, they say, you know what, Josh, you're good, back off. I know Bills fans generally don't love to hear that Josh Allen could play in a preseason game, but I want to remind everybody, last year, the Bills went to Pittsburgh. They had a joint practice against the Steelers. Josh, was a big part of that. And then he was going to play against the Steelers. The only reason he didn't was because there was like a really bad rain that came before the game and the field got wet. So Josh did not play because they didn't want to risk him on the field. I wonder if it's the same playbook this time, which is, okay, he's going to play in this and he's going to play Sunday night. We know the Bears are playing their starters Sunday night. Is that a reason to yes, or is that a reason to no if you're Sean McDermott, which is defensive starters? You want to see how your starting offense can acclimate, against a starting defense, which by all accounts has had really good camp and has played pretty well in last week's, scrimmage or joint practice against the Dolphins. So that being said, let's just say it's not Josh. I agree with you. I think that it would probably seem right that Mike White would get the first role this time. Maybe Mike White even gets in pretty quickly if Josh Allen, starts and comes out of the game, maybe a couple series. It would feel like that's the case. If it's not, if they give it to Trubisky right away, then to me, I'm interpreting that as there's a pretty good gap here between Trubisky and White. If White gets it first, I think that I'm going to interpret it as there's a pretty good competition still going on, and they're seeing these guys pretty evenly.
I'm thinking all the way back to Boy, Sal, it must be a previous coaching staff with a joint practice. Do they view the joint practice as a start? Like whoever gets more reps in that spot? Because it could be Josh, of course, getting a good amount of reps, and then there's only going to be a certain amount in the joint practice. They could go for Mike White there because that's a controlled environment. I don't know. I guess it'll be interesting because these joint practices followed by games are, a little bit different, and the coaches would have different value in the one set of reps versus the other.
I agree. I mean, look, I don't know, and it's a great question. I think every coach is going to feel differently, right?
Yeah.
You're going to sit down, you're going to map it out with your coaching staff, you're going to map it out with your organization and say, like, how much we get done today, does that impact what we want to get on Sunday? Or do you already have it set and say, no, we want the game reps. That's valuable. I know Sean McDermott values the game reps for his guys. Like he has over the years said that those preseason games, getting some of that under your belt is very valuable. That's interesting. The other part I find interesting going to the Chicago side of this, Jeremy, is like here's Ben Johnson who takes over this team. He's a brand new coach. He's installing a brand new offense. Caleb Williams, who had some struggles last year, he's a second year in the system. And they have gone like diving headfirst into joint practice last week, joint practice this week. Like they're just throwing it all on the table now. To me, like I would think in my head that a coach like that in that situation would say, we got to get all of our stuff done. We're not ready for that. Sean McDermott didn't do that. His first 2 years in Buffalo, he didn't want to do any joint practices. Josh Allen comes along, didn't want to do that. Took until his third year to say, okay, we'll do that. And that had to be with a team in Carolina that they really trusted in, Ron Rivera, right? So it's really interesting how I think Ben Johnson is approaching his first year as head coach of the Bears and going right at it and saying, you know what? We just got out of camp for 2 weeks, and we're going right to joint practices.
Yeah. Injuries that we're monitoring to see who is and is not available for today?
We are monitoring Deion Dawkins. We don't know if he's available. We don't know if he's not available. So we'll see. Remember, Sean McDermott said that he had a back flare-up, which is why he missed practice the other day. So we'll see if Deion Dawkins is out on the practice field today. Do not expect, obviously, even though you saw Khalil Shakir was longer in the walking boot, he's not going to be out there. He's still a little ways away. Alec Anderson had started practicing a little bit. I don't know if this is a little bit too soon. He had done some individual work. He hadn't done some team work. And then I want to see and make sure that Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp got through practice okay, right? I mean, that's always something. It's first practice back the other day. Did they get through okay? If they did, this is big. To get them on the field together, like I think maybe more than anybody, those two guys today is a really big day for them because they need this work to be together for the communication piece. And I want to see and make sure those guys are able to it. I would say, no Tyler Bass probably hasn't kicked in a while. And who's the other one? And then again, like I said, Curtis Samuel's a guy I think that we'll be watching for.
On the safety cell, do you think it's interesting because I know when McDermott was asked about how much they game plan for a preseason game, it was between 0 and 1 for the Giants. So here's the Bears. Do you think it's possible if Bishop and Rapp are both good to go and able to play, that they would get a healthy dose of snaps because the Bills think it is really the pairing? Like they need time on task together, and injuries, schminjuries. Like you've been banged up as it is. Why protect you? What I need are the reps, and they could play a significant amount of snaps, not only today at practice but also in the game.
I do. I think it's possible for sure. I just judging by the way Sean McDermott talks about that and what he values, I think it's very possible that you see those guys on the field quite a bit. There's got to be that balance though, right? Which is what you said. How much do you want to put on them just coming back from injury? You're 3 weeks away from your first game versus the fact that you absolutely need to have them start taking some reps together. So no doubt about that. I don't expect, again, the Bills to game plan for this game like they didn't last week, but I do think you have to make sure these guys are buttoned up on their communication. One of the things that I'm interested in seeing, Jeremy, related to this is, and this is a really good test for the Bills defense to go against a Ben Johnson offense, right? I mean, you get two days, or you get a full practice in and you get a full game of a Ben Johnson offense, a guy who is known as one of the best play callers, one of the best innovators of offensive football in the NFL. Like that, I think that's a really good test. So yeah, put those guys out there, get their time on task because you got to start buttoning that up.
Sal Capaccio from Chicago ahead of Bills Bears. preseason game number 2, and, of course, the joint practice. Still, anything we did not cover we should get to here regarding this game? Like, the Ben Johnson point is good. Seeing how they go up against his offense, and he's been interesting to watch. Like, he's a guy that is thought of as a mad scientist in the lab, but I feel like a lot of what I've read about Chicago has been about his culture and how he's working them really hard, demanding a lot of them, and being very honest with players. Like, it'll be interesting to see how that goes, and the Bills, of course, get a look at it. So, eager to see.
No,
it.
I think the only other thing is, obviously, we talked many times about the fact that, like, these things can get out of hand a little bit if it goes the wrong way, right? Like, you have to make sure that you're abiding by how you're trying to get this practice done efficiently, and they can get chirpy, they can get chippy. Josh Allen said that. They can get chippy. So this is on the coaches, and this is on the players themselves, the police themselves. But you always go to these things hoping that, those sorts of things don't start happening. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a skirmish here or there. I think there was one or two little ones in Pittsburgh last year, but nothing that rose to, it's like training camp, right? Nothing that rose to the level of, oh my God, this is happening all over. Now, I think you might have had a few fights in these joint practices with other teams this year, but I also haven't seen like viral videos of full team on team fights like we used to, 15 years ago.
Yeah. All right. Practice today from Chicago. Sal, I learned that the bean is actually called Cloudgate.
Me too. I learned that yesterday. I did not know that until I went down that rabbit hole that I told you about.
Yeah.
But Cloudgate. I had no idea, but it's called the bean because it's shaped like...
Looks like a bean, yeah. Looks like a giant bean. Yeah. All right, Sal, thanks very much.
All right, you got it.
Sal Capaccio live from Chicago, home of the bean. I read the conspiracy of Cloudgate, all that. It's definitely a cool thing to see, and it looks like a bean. If you're the artist that made it and called it Cloudgate, are you mad that people just call it the bean? You probably are, right? You want it to be called the thing you named it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that giant bean thing. All right, it's called Cloudgate. 803-0550. Scott Pianowski of Yahoo Sports on the other side. Your phone calls as well. Should Allen play? Backup quarterbacks, how you want to handle this? Bills and Bears have a practice today, and then a preseason game on Sunday, late Sunday night, 8 o'clock. Jeremy and Joe off today here on WGR. What was your reaction when you saw the Cook news come down? We got breaking news during our show, which was really exciting on Wednesday at 7:30.
That was nice of Brandon Bean to do that for you.
Beautiful, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think James Cook is a tremendous football player.
Jeremy White here. AAA Insurance.
For me, like a lot of people,
lowering
how
rates.
much do you pay a running back? No offense to James. It's really more about the position and the value you place on the position. So my biggest concern was, what's the number going to be? How's it going to affect the cap? If they extend James Cook, does that mean they're not keeping David Edwards? Do they not, keep Torrance down the road? Or let's see, I think McGovern and Edwards, I think, are free agents after this season. Mm-hmm. So that was my concern, Jeremy. I think he's a tremendous football player. I'd obviously much rather have him on this team. I think they're a much better offense with James Cook on it. I'd like to see James Cook get a little bit more action and maybe get some more touches than he got last season, even though they're very deep at running back. So I'm thrilled he's here. I'm glad he's sticking around for, the extension. That's great. And it sounds like it's not going to be a big problem, at least for the next 2 years with the cap. I want to say, what is it, like in 27, his cap number shoots up to like 13. So down the road, they're going to have an issue. But the other thing that was cool, Cook getting done, is all the heavy lifting was also done, right? Josh's contract was restructured, Shakir, Bernard, Benford, like all the key players that you would identify and say, man, you got to keep these guys. They're part of the core. That was all done. And then you got Cook done. So you didn't have to sacrifice any of those guys. And now it's just a matter of, hey, what happens with, McGovern and Edwards next year. I'm fine. I think the contract's okay. I think they're good for 25. They're good for 26. We have this discussion in 27. What do you do about James Cook's contract?
I wonder about Brady. Thanks, Tim. I wonder about Brady if he's the next Ben Johnson. And by that I mean he stays where he is a little longer until the right job comes. Right? Like Ben Johnson was the hot coaching candidate in football for a couple seasons. He was the offensive coordinator for the Lions for 3 years and the passing game coordinator for the Lions in 2021. But Ben Johnson took the job this year. He was very much thought to definitely going to take a job 2 years ago and didn't. And Brady, he got a couple of calls, right? An interview last year. I wonder if this upcoming season is the year that Brady gets a lot more of that and kind of decides for himself. Ben Johnson, his arc was, I'm waiting for the right job. Chicago came open, and it's Caleb Williams and an offense that's looks ready-made for him. For Brady, not all jobs are the same. What's the better job, the Charger job or the Saints job? Herbert versus what? A retiring Derek Carr. What's the better job? If the Miami job comes available, is that a job that the hottest coordinator on the market's going to want? I mean, you just had an offensive mind. Mike McDaniel's there. Maybe they have a good season, maybe not. But he's a bright offensive mind and has had a very, very good record with Tua when Tua plays. Is the next coach going in there and going to hitch his wagon to a quarterback that misses time? And if he misses time, your offense isn't as good and you're going to pay for it with your own job. Like, not all jobs are the same. Obviously, I mean, you guys know that. And that's where, as much as I think we would all agree Brady is a great candidate to be a head coach and will be talked about a lot, I'm not going to treat it as a lock that he goes until we know what jobs are open. Like, who's the best quarterback whose coach gets fired this season? That's a good question. Who that could be? The favorites for getting fired are Brian Daboll, and that's Jackson Dart. Like, are you signing up for Jackson Dart? If Jackson Dart does enough on tape to look good, I mean, Brian Daboll might keep his job. So you're a coach just kind of going into that mess.
Travel day yesterday for the Buffalo Bills. They head off to Chicago for joint practices with the Bears. The Bills and Bears will practice together later today and then play preseason game number 2 on Sunday night at 8 o'clock. No word yet from the Bills on how many of their starters will play on Sunday. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, the Browns' second-round pick Quinshon Judkins has been facing a misdemeanor battery charge all offseason. However, a Florida prosecutor declined to formally charge him yesterday. The NFL announced yesterday they will be conducting their own investigation into the case. Judkins is the only remaining rookie from this past draft that has yet to sign his entry-level deal. The Browns are also reportedly signing former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Bond faced a sexual assault charge that surfaced just before the NFL draft, causing him to remain undrafted. However, it was announced yesterday there was not enough substantial evidence to formally charge Bond. Cleveland.com's Mary Kay Cabot reported last night that the Browns will be doing their due diligence on Bond and have not signed him yet. And LA Rams head coach Sean McVay said yesterday quarterback Matthew Stafford will work out with the team on Saturday. Stafford has not practiced at all this training camp due to an aggravated disc in his back and has only worked out one other time this offseason. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
James was not really a starter at Georgia. He was more in that sub-back role, and so he wasn't a guy that sometimes you draft guys out of college and they, a 2-3 year workhorse. He was not, and his first year here he didn't. Even last year he's been around that 50% number. We like what he provides. We do see him as a 3-down type player, and we think he could take more, but we also want to use our other weapons and keep him as fresh as possible. We think that's the best utilization of him, and I know he gets put in the running back room or guys get put in a tight end room, but it's just trying to find a variety of weapons and skill sets, and he's got a skill set, that we wanted to maintain and keep with this offense.
Bills GM Brandon Beane on the James Cook extension, joining us on the Worcester Hotline. Scott Pianowski of Yahoo Sports. Some fantasy football chatter. Cook's signing, of course, in the fantasy football community would be sought as good news, I think. There's a lot of aggression conversation on his touchdowns. We'll get to the Bills fantasy forecast as we welcome in our friend, Scott Pianowski, who joins us all the time. Years and years now. Scott, good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Jeremy. How are you?
We're good. We're good. You know, we're... You know the Buffalo life. Gear up for another season. Get excited about a really great team, an exciting team, and we'll worry about. I guess we'll worry about January in January, even though we sometimes worry about it in September. So it's Bill's life.
For sure, and it's been such a fun fantasy team. Obviously, Josh Allen coming off an MVP year. You mentioned Cook had the 18 touchdowns. He's a tough guy to figure because he only had 6 the previous season. We know Josh Allen is always going to have a lot of goal line equity. They like their other backs behind Cook, even though they did extend him. And in the receiver room, you know, there are a lot of good players on this offense. I don't know that any of the receivers are ever going to be great. You would hope that maybe Dalton Kincaid in the third season, or the third season for him, Keon Coleman his second season. Obviously, he started as a basketball player in college. Maybe it takes time to develop there. It's just interesting. Do you think who are the great quarterbacks in the NFL, right? You know, I mean, Lamar Jackson has so many things to play with, and you know they've added some pieces in Kansas City, and you know Jalen Hurts has A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. I'd like to see, since Diggs left, and I like Khalil Shakir, I do, but I would just love to see Josh Allen playing with one of those alpha top 10 receivers, and obviously that guy isn't on the roster right now.
Sensitive subject sometimes around here, Scott. That's okay though. You know, Allen. I was looking at I wonder what you think about his age and his timeline here. And I looked at an all-time great quarterback, and for me it was a look at, let's hope he ages like Steve Young. Steve Young, I mean, it took Steve Young a long time to get to his peak, but from age 31 to 36, like Steve Young was super athletic and super good. And, you know, here in Buffalo, Allen's not yet 30, but we're wondering how many prime years there will be and how many years he'll be jumping over guys. And I wonder if you have a thought on that. Like, from a fantasy standpoint and just a football playing standpoint, are primes for quarterbacks, can the athletic ones, can the guys like Josh extend those farther than you might think?
It's a great question. And we did a piece earlier this week about whether Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen should be the number one fantasy quarterback. And I did line up with Jackson because I just thought he had more help. But if you're going to line up behind Allen, you have to point to the rushing touchdowns. He had 12 last season, 15 the previous season. And in the first 5 seasons, he was active in that area, but it was never double digit. It was 8 and 9 and 7 and stuff like that. So it's always that question of, well, he's your franchise player. He's your most important player. How much do you want him running? How many hits do you want him to take? I mean, I realize there are some kneel downs in there, but I mean, he gets over 100 carries every year. He's obviously the most athletic guy on the field, and he feels like he can do anything. He's been remarkably durable. Let's hope that continues. But, sometimes I would say, Josh, we're up 17 in the fourth quarter. You don't have to take on an extra hit. You don't have to lower that shoulder. You love the competitiveness. And I realize when these guys get on the field, sometimes that extra gear kicks in. They're not thinking about 3 months down the road or 3 years down the road. They're thinking about getting that first down. They're thinking about winning that play. You wonder, though, at what point do they say, you know what, we need you in January and February. We need you healthy then. So let's just, dial it back a little bit. And you see this a lot of times. This is a discussion a lot of times in the playoffs that people like to bet the rushing props on the quarterbacks, because sometimes the idea is that, well, maybe you wouldn't make that run in September, but now it's January. There's no tomorrow. If you lose, you might as well just let it all go and maybe play a little bit more recklessly. It's a double-edged sword, because you don't want to take out his instincts. You don't want to take out what makes Josh Allen great, but you want him to play well into his 30s, maybe even up to age 40, stuff like that. We've seen quarterbacks can do that in recent seasons, and I just wonder if being a little bit more discretionary with that running might be a good idea.
Scott Pianowski on the Wester Hotline. All right, Scott, so the fantasy football world, like we're well into drafting season. I've got a vampire league on Sunday. I've got some dynasty leagues that have drafted, some redraft leagues that are coming up. I feel like every year we're talking about a beginning of season story about drafts. And do you have anything like that it is this year? If you're looking at your just redraft leagues, what is the look? Running backs at the top, a really deep group of elite receivers. They can get 2 good receivers even all the way into the second round. Like, what is your overarching look at the world of fantasy football drafts as it sits right now in mid-August?
Yeah, to me, the big question is that last year was defined by, I know Christian McCaffrey, managers don't want to hear this, but last year was defined by the running backs were remarkably durable overall. And there's a lot of things going on there. Not as many bell cows. The defenses have gotten lighter as they're looking to defend the pass. And they're almost begging the offense to say, okay, well, we're going to give you these running yards if you want it. And the offense has said, fine, let's get a couple of backs going. Let's get some power backs going. And last year, all those backs who changed teams, right? Barkley to better situations. Barkley goes to Philadelphia, he smashes. Henry goes to Baltimore, 5.9 yards a carry and a bushel of touchdowns. Josh Jacobs goes to Green Bay, and he was terrific. So the idea is, are you okay with Derrick Henry in his 30s? Are you okay with Saquon Barkley after 482 touches? Are you okay with McCaffrey after a season where he went from 21 touchdowns to 0? He only played 4 games last year. He's one of the toughest calls. So there's been a little bit of, I think, of a correction, maybe an overcorrection, because the running backs were so good last year and having an impact. It's gone a little bit back to what fantasy used to be, where you just went to your draft and you're just looking for a couple of running backs early. We'll worry about the other positions. And as you mentioned, wide receiver, I don't think it's deep for the entire draft, but when you're looking 25, 30, 35 guys deep, and I look at what's available maybe at wide receiver 15 and what's available at, say, wide receiver 32, that looks pretty flat to me. I don't think you're doing that much worse if you get the 27th receiver than if you get the 18th receiver. A lot of similarities there. So I think 0 RB is not the strategy where you don't take any running backs early. I don't think many people are doing that now. I think most people have accepted that you either need that hero RB, you need one of them you can hang your hat on, or maybe you need 2 of them. I've seen a lot more people go with a robust running back room, thinking, okay, maybe it's almost like a hero wide receiver where you get that one really good one. And then you think, okay, I'll just circle back and I'll get Devonta Smith. I'll circle back and get Jalen Waddle. I'll circle back and get George Pickens, guys like that. And then the names you like could be different. But I agree that second and third tier receiver looks really deep, and maybe we don't have to attack receiver as proactively as we might have in previous seasons.
Scott, there was a time where you could make a case for Gronk number 1, right? Because he was so far and away at tight end. How do you feel about tight end for that? Is there a hero tight end build where there are, how many you would consider for this? Like 3, 4? Because everybody else is just kind of in the mix? Like, what's the number on tight end?
It's probably 3 to me. And it's funny, there's only one guy, one vanity tight end, I would say, that I'm kind of circling, and that's George Kittle. Now, I'm worried with Bowers that team wants to run the ball like crazy. Terrific as he is, and Geno Smith is an upgrade over what they had last year, but I'm okay with Bowers. Trey McBride, I have a problem with. He hasn't scored touchdowns, and I just think that's a Kyler Murray problem. He's undersized. He doesn't see the red area very well. They tried really hard, and finally McBride got in the end zone, I think, in December last year, but he had a very long streak of tons of volume and no touchdowns. I think that's because of his quarterback. Kittle has always been an efficiency darling. Generally doesn't even get to 100 targets, but Debo's gone. We'll see what Jennings winds up being. He kind of came out of nowhere. Ayuk won't be ready opening day. Pearsall, second-year player, his rookie year was kind of a mess because of what happened before the season. So I think this might be the year Kittle needs 110 or 115 targets, and he's proven he can do it even with less than 100. If I'm going with a vanity tight end build, it's probably him. If I don't go in that direction, I really like Tucker Kraft. He's maybe tight end 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. And he's actually kind of similar to Kittle in that really good efficiency. Nobody has had over 100. I think 100 is the max target count since Devontae Adams left town. We knew Green Bay likes to shuttle their guys in and out, but I think Kraft has made the case for more volume, and they designed touchdowns for him. They designed splash plays for him. He had excellent yards after the catch last year, I think 14.1 yards per reception. So if I don't go early on tight end, Kraft's a target. I also think Jake Ferguson. I don't know if Dallas will run the ball. I think their defense will probably fall apart. Dak's there, 2 really good receivers, but nothing after those guys. I think Ferguson might be ready for maybe 750 or 800 yards and like 6 or 7 touchdowns, which a tight end would probably land you in the top 6 or 7.
Scott Pianowski, Yahoo Sports on the Western Hotline. Scott, I want to ask you about 2 teams that had great offenses and lost their coordinators. And if you think there's any blip on the way for Tampa or Detroit, because they both have great passing games, dynamic runners, a lot of good receiving weapons, and Ben Johnson left and Liam Cohen left. Do you feel like they'll be just fine? They'll pick up where they left off?
That's a great question. It really involves 4 teams because, it also opens up a conversation of what we expect from Jacksonville, what we expect from Chicago. I'm least of all worried about the Lions because when you have a veteran quarterback, he's almost like de facto offensive coordinator too. Like Jared Goff going to forget what he likes to do with Amon-Ra St. Brown, the routes they like to run, the looks they like to get. Phil Ford is into his 3rd season. Jameson Williams had a breakout year, but maybe there's even more room for growth. Like Gibbs spread his wings last year when Montgomery got hurt. I realized Ragnow has retired. But I think Detroit, the thing with Detroit is that they were the top offense last year in points. They scored 100 more points than they did the previous season. They'll probably regress back to what they were in 2023, a top 5 offense. Maybe they lose 70, 80, 100 points just because they were so efficient last year. So they may say, oh, wow, they really missed Ben Johnson. It's just hard to be that great year over year, but I think they'll be a top 5 offense pretty easily and not worried about drafting their guys. More worried about the Tampa Bay situation. Baker Mayfield, when you get into a fun story, and I'm happy for him. I mean, the guy got run out of town so Cleveland could dance with Deshaun Watson. Obviously, that didn't work out, but happy to see Mayfield get back in the NFL and get a starting job, and last year have a career season. But when a career year happens that late in somebody's trajectory, it just makes us nervous. Cohen was a big part of that. Sounds like Godwin won't be ready opening day. I don't know how sticky Baker Mayfield's running from last year will be. So I think the regression monster hits him hard because quarterback is so deep, and he's in that kind of that quarterback 6 to quarterback 10 bucket. I just rather shop rounds later where you can get in. The names are different for everybody. Yep. Maybe you like Drake May. Maybe you like J.J. McCarthy. Maybe you like Penix in Atlanta. There's so many different guys. I mentioned Prescott, who I think is a good value. So you can do really well on that tier. Find the guys that you like. Maybe draft a couple of those guys. I'm not going to draft Mayfield.
One more guy I want for you on the Young. Any interest in Cam Ward and Calvin Ridley? I feel like I'm reading a lot about how they, if nothing else, they have a connection. Traylon Burks, of course, hurt, and he won't play for the Titans. He's done. So Tennessee doesn't have much, but could they lean into that enough, and could game script be enough where you feel like those two might be worth looking into?
Well, definitely Ridley, and I talked about how that, anywhere from 15, 17, 18 wide receiver into the 30s is pretty flat. Calvin Ridley's the target for me. The boring veteran, right? He's been around. He's kind of a sneaky old player now, but he was productive last year with a terrible quarterback room. All we're asking Cam Ward to be is better than what they had last year. I don't think that's a big step for him to hurdle. Tony Pollard also, with Tyjae Spears hurt now, I think he'll get more work than maybe people realize. I think the Titans are going to be, maybe they're like this year's Panthers, right, where they end up, and I don't know if it will start slow like Carolina did last year. By the end of the last year, felt pretty good about Hubbard. Bryce Young played pretty well. Thielen gave us a useful season. Maybe that's the model. Maybe Pollard is this year's Hubbard. Maybe Thielen, and I know he's a totally different type of player than Ridley, but maybe those guys comp, and maybe Cam Ward can kind of have the season Bryce Young had, and next year we're talking about Cam Young as a sleeper. I don't think Tennessee is going to be a dumpster fire by any means, and the two guys I'm circling there are Pollard and Ridley.
Finally, Scott, big news for Yahoo, adding guillotine formats. Is this guillotine's moment finally breaking through?
Excited. It's a really fun format. And I really like it because I love, so much, Jeremy, of fantasy's upside. Yeah. The great thing about guillotine is it's floor. Right? Beat one team. It's be good right away. Don't draft guys you have to wait for. And then you have the hardest waiver wire choices every week because, and I'm still not really sure what the right ratio is between, oh my God, these superstars are available, I got to get them now, I get them for the full season, or I got to be patient because there's every week the waiver wire is like grass, it's going to grow back. It's a fun format. I can't say I've perfected it yet. I've run deep in both of my guillotine leagues that I've run the last couple of years, but I haven't won one yet. So it's a blast. It's on Yahoo now. So it's like anything else. You want to have variety in your diet. You want to have variety in your portfolio. I think you should have variety in your fantasy life, and hopefully a Yahoo guillotine-style league will be part of your portfolio this year. It's really a lot of fun.
For sure. Scott Pianowski, Yahoo Sports. Thanks, Scott.
My pleasure.
We'll talk to Scott again, of course, during the regular season. We always do. Make sure we touch base with him. The guillotine format. I've got some advice on guillotine, having played it now for, probably like 6-7 years. I've had maybe 12 different guillotine runs, have a win or two, multiple finals. The number one advice I have is after the draft, don't be afraid to spend your money. Spend that money. Survive. Spend that waiver budget. Do not save. Somebody great comes open, get them. End of story. Don't worry about it. If it's competitive bidding, though. 803-0550. Nick Mendola going to join us at 9 o'clock. Catch up with him. A couple Bills matters. And a EPL season preview because the Premier League season starts today. Liverpool opens their title defense. And then a full weekend of games. It's a beautiful time of year. Joe and I were talking about it yesterday. If you like the Premier League, if you like soccer and football, like today, it's on. Game on today, a bunch on tomorrow, a bunch on Sunday. Next week it's college football, and there's so much stuff on your television you don't even know what to do with yourself, even as we're still here in the preseason for the NFL. So Nick comes up at 9 o'clock to join us here on WGR. Jeremy. Every year this time of year, we get confident they're going to be good again. And that's got a lot of value. They're going to be good again. Knock on wood, as long as something crazy doesn't happen. They're going to be good again, and we know that. And we get to January, what's going to be the story? Can they beat the team that they don't beat? Can they beat all the teams in their way and finally deliver? Can they even get to a Super Bowl? But now or never from Brett Coleman as the YouTube thumbnail picture and the entire conversation about it being now or never, about it being really Super Bowl or bust. Anything short of that will be a great season, but also disappointment, right? We're right back there. The Cook contract is the next step in, hey, it's all here for you. Nothing is going wrong. They're not missing their star running back who's sitting out due to a contract dispute. He's now in the fold. And everything is just, all right, let's see how it goes. The GM said it was the defense that's the problem. They try to bolster their defense through free agency and in the draft, and here we are. So the way that I wanted to ask this and get your thoughts on this at 803-0550 is, do you feel like you want to give the McBean team, McDermott and Bean, do you want to give them years and years and years, or are you starting to get to something else has to happen? So there has to be a Super Bowl appearance to want to keep things on the right track. These guys have undoubtedly kept things on the right track. They've built a great franchise. They built a great team. They built a team that, Buffalo Bills fans are super proud of and would be for good reason. They drafted the franchise quarterback. They helped him develop into one of the most exciting players to watch in the league. There's an offense that puts up 1 million points. Like, they've got a lot going for them. And again, like the tone of this hour and 20 minutes I watched, it was almost like, the zoom out that I wanted was, yeah, everything you guys feel is legit. They built something great. But what stands in their way stands in their way. And that's how they'll be evaluated. What was your reaction when you saw the Cook news come down? We got breaking news during our show, which was really exciting on Wednesday at 7:30.
That was nice of Brandon Bean to do that for you.
Beautiful, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think James Cook is a tremendous football player. As for me, like a lot of people, I was like, well, how much do you pay a running back? No offense to James. It's really more about the position and the value you place on the position. So my biggest concern was, what's the number going to be? How's it going to affect the cap? If they extend James Cook, does that mean they're not keeping David Edwards? Do they not, keep Torrance down the road? Or let's see, I think McGovern and Edwards, I think, are free agents after this season. Mm-hmm. So that was my concern, Jeremy. I think he's a tremendous football player. I'd obviously much rather have him on this team. I think they're a much better offense with James Cook on it. I'd like to see James Cook get a little bit more action and maybe get some more touches than he got last season, even though they're very deep at running back. So I'm thrilled he's here. I'm glad he's sticking around for, the extension. That's great. And it sounds like it's not going to be a big problem, at least for the next 2 years with the cap. I want to say, what is it, like in 27, his cap number shoots up to like 13. So down the road, they're going to have an issue. But The other thing that was cool, Cook getting done, is all the heavy lifting was also done, right? Josh's contract was restructured, Shakir, Bernard, Benford, like all the key players that you would identify and say, man, you got to keep these guys. They're part of the core. That was all done. And then you got Cook done. So you didn't have to sacrifice any of those guys. And now it's just a matter of, hey, what happens with, McGovern and Edwards next year. I'm fine. I think the contract's okay. I think they're good for 25. They're good for 26. We have this discussion in 27. What do you do about James Cook's contract?
So just a minute ago at ESPN, I saw Mike Clay, NFL writer, posted his lists of every NFL position group and their rankings, right? Like the quarterbacks, the receivers, the running backs. Mike Clay, ESPN.com. And would you guys care to guess where the Bills, which position group is the best?
I'm going to say quarterback.
Yes, that's right, quarterback. Number 2. Quarterback is ranked number 2. And then, which is the worst? Guesses are required here.
I'm going to go.
We are still on the radio,
Well,
even though
yes,
we're streaming.
I'm thinking.
I know. Worst position group according to Mike Clay for the Bills.
Let's go with safety.
That's right.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, that's right. 30th.
Yeah. Overthought it.
Yeah, 30th at safety. The roster, he's a little lower on the Bills' offensive line than most might be. Like looking at the Bills' rankings, quarterback is 2, behind only Baltimore for Mike Clay. And the next highest position group rating is corner, which he puts at 7th. And almost everything else is just kind of middle of the road, like 13th to 15th, except for safety and wide receiver. Safety is 30th, and wide receiver he puts at 22nd. So and then there's overall outlook. Hold on, let me find his overall outlook. It's ranking season. You know how this goes. Overall outlook, the Bills rank 3rd. Baltimore, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Kansas City is 4th. He also ranked Patrick Mahomes 3rd at quarterback. More are starting to do it. Pray for us if he wins another one, though. Anyway. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Joining me next segment, Nick Mendola. Old friend who hasn't been in this room for how many years? Maybe like 3 years. Yeah, it's not that long. He used to be in this room a lot more often. Anyway, we're going to do an EPL season preview. The latest maybe on some soccer news, all that good stuff. Owen's got to pick his EPL team at 9:30. So, we'll have some fun. It's kind of a football Friday. Premier League season starts in a couple hours. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. What was your reaction when you saw the Cook news come down? We got breaking news during our show, which was really exciting on Wednesday at 7:30.
That was nice of Brandon Bean to do that for you.
Beautiful, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think James Cook is a tremendous football player. As for me, like a lot of people, I was like, well, how much do you pay a running back? No offense to James. It's really more about the position and the value you place on the position. So my biggest concern was, what's the number going to be? How's it going to affect the cap? If they extend James Cook, does that mean they're not keeping David Edwards? Do they not, keep Torrance down the road? Or let's see, I think McGovern and Edwards, I think, are free agents after this season. Mm-hmm. So that was my concern, Jeremy. I think he's a tremendous football player. I'd obviously much rather have him on this team. I think they're a much better offense with James Cook on it. I'd like to see James Cook get a little bit more action and get some more touches than he got last season, even though they're very deep at running back. So I'm thrilled he's here. I'm glad he's sticking around for, the extension. That's great. And it sounds like it's not going to be a big problem, at least for the next 2 years with the cap. I want to say, what is it, like in 27, his cap number shoots up to like 13. So down the road, they're going to have an issue. But the other thing that was cool, Cook getting done, is all the heavy lifting was also done, right? Josh's contract was restructured, Shakir, Bernard, Benford, like all the key players that you would identify and say, man, you got to keep these guys. They're part of the core. That was all done. And then you got Cook done. So you didn't have to sacrifice any of those guys. And now it's just a matter of, hey, what happens with, McGovern and Edwards next year. I'm fine. I think the contract's okay. I think they're good for 25. They're good for 26. We have this discussion in 27. What do you do about James Cook's contract?
Good morning. The Buffalo Bills had a travel day yesterday. They head off to Chicago for joint practices with the Bears. The Bills and Bears will practice together later today and then play preseason game number 2 on Sunday night at 8 o'clock. No word yet from the Bills on how many of their starters are expected to play on Sunday as of yet. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, Rashee Rice, the Kansas City Chiefs, expected to have his disciplinary hearing with the NFL on September 30th. This means that Rice will start the season with the Chiefs and play at least 4 games, before potentially being suspended in the back half of the season. ESPN's Dan Graziano reports that it's expected the suspension could impact the player and his team starting in Week 10. Rice was involved in a dangerous multi-car accident last offseason due to speeding in Dallas. Cleveland Browns second-round pick Quinshon Judkins has been facing a misdemeanor battery charge all offseason. However, a Florida prosecutor declined to formally charge him yesterday. The NFL announced that it will be conducting their own investigation into the case. Judkins is the only remaining rookie from this past draft that has yet to sign his entry-level contract. The Browns are also reportedly signing former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Bond faced a sexual assault charge that surfaced just before the NFL draft, causing him to remain undrafted. However, it was announced yesterday that there was not enough substantial evidence to formally charge Bond. Cleveland.com's Mary Kay Cabot reported last night that the Browns will be doing their due diligence on Bond but have not signed him yet. And LA Rams head coach Sean McVay said yesterday that quarterback Matthew Stafford will work out with the team on Saturday. Stafford is not practicing at training camp this year due to an aggravated disc in his back and only worked out one other time to assess his injury progress. McVay says he'll be using the workout as a progress report once again to see if he's ready to return. In baseball, the Yankees and Red Sox were off last night. However, the Blue Jays were in action against the Cubs. Blue Jays win over the Cubs 2-1, winning their 71st game of the year, taking a 5-game lead over the Red Sox in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, it's a football Friday. Bills have a joint practice in Chicago. It's been a learning show today. I've learned that the bean is actually called Cloudgate. I asked the bean in Chicago. I asked if the guy that made it would be mad that people call it the bean. The answer to that is yes. Wikipedia says he thinks it's completely stupid that people call it the bean. But that's not up to him. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Sitting in the studio with me is one Nick Mendola. You know him. You remember him, maybe. Probably. Why wouldn't you? You are in my phone. I tell you this every time I see you, as Heater Mendola, because at one point you said you wanted a nickname like Heater.
And you just gave me that one.
I've never referred to you as Heater, but when I want to text you, I have to make the mental step every time to type out H-E-A-T, to text Heater Mendola. So good to have you here. How are you?
I'm feeling great. I'm absolutely loving life right now.
Yeah? Well, you're with NBC Sports Soccer, FC Buffalo, and first question I have for you, like you're here in studio, it's been a while since you've been here. Mm-hmm. What would people have seen 15 years ago if we had cameras back then? Because we have cameras and we stream everything now. What would it have been like if we had streamed 06, 07?
I would have worn a lot more hats. Because this is the thing, getting up at, 5 o'clock, you are rolling out of bed, and if you are unkempt, it's problematic. But mostly the same. I'm still a hoodies guy. Yeah. Still a hoodies and hats guy. A lot more
hoodies, hats, beards.
Yeah.
The ways to look like you might have showered.
Yeah, it's a cheat code if you think about it. I think beards they cover up a lot. They work for you, right? Yeah. There's an air of mysteriousness.
Well,
mystery.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think back to those days, and I think I don't know. There were a lot of late Sabres nights.
I will reveal that at least on one occasion, Dan Hager and I slept here.
Yeah?
Yes, after a Sabres game.
Would it have been like a Sabres playoff game?
Oh, went to triple overtime, of course. Yeah,
of course.
What else would we have been doing?
Right. Well, anyway, good morning. Good to have you here. Owen's got a big decision coming up. He's going to pick his favorite Premier League team. He's just going to try and pick it.
Yeah.
And you probably wrote for our website multiple times, and maybe even multiple websites over the years about, hey, you want to do this. Here's who all these teams are.
Your American comparisons. Yep.
Yeah.
And after I did it here, we took it to NBC. Yeah. So it went to the old national audience. Then I got more people yelling at me, including English people, which was great.
Yeah. One thing I'm sure that you tried to tell people is these comparisons can't be perfect, people.
No.
Like, that team plays in a big city and this team plays in a small city. Like, what? Sure. We're trying to make comparisons. That said, Like, when's the last time you've done it? How often do you think about it? Do people ask you all the time, hey, you know what, I was thinking about watching soccer. Who's the team over there that, most lines up with, XYZ?
Yeah, I think less so now. I still do, and I still get the questions, but the biggest difference now is that there's so much soccer on TV that people are gravitating to a team. People are finding something that works for them, or there's a player who works for them. I mean, obviously he's not in the Premier League, but Messi's in every commercial now.
Right.
Who else is in commercials? Jurgen Klopp, the former Liverpool manager, is in. Like, I often wonder this: how many people watch that commercial for whatever it is? It's a hotel type website. And know that the German guy is a soccer guy, or is it just, is that an actor?
Right.
So
he's handsome. He could be just an actor.
He is handsome. I think that it's the best time, though. It has become the best time of the year for me, because starting really last week, there is somewhere in Europe soccer is going at any point of the day.
Yep.
Right up till night, until MLS and USL are over too. You've got night soccer. You could go day to day or day to day. You got me excited on my ride in. You're talking college. I was like, college football.
Yeah, next week.
And I was driving by UB Stadium. I'm a huge UB guy.
I saw the new video board is up.
It's really
brand
cool.
New video board.
Also, just to throw it out there, their women's soccer team is phenomenal. So that video board is coming in handy. They have a decent occasional play-by-play guy sitting here. I'm super excited. This is a big time of year for me.
Well, I think it's a big time of year for soccer fans and whatever. Would you have obviously seen the growth of just casual people just picking a team and watching, and the conversation is much more, is ubiquitous the word I want here? Like, it's everywhere now, as opposed to like 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking about this. I remember you in the summer during the World Cup. You were in the Netherlands.
Yes, I had a whole European trip.
Yep.
That's how I came to decide to root for Arsenal. Was I was over in Europe during the 2010 World Cup, right? 2010. Yep. And all throughout Europe for 2 weeks, watching games in London and Dublin and Paris, and then in Amsterdam for the final.
Which is something, because they were in it.
They were in the final, and I watched it with 80,000 people. It'd be like watching the Super Bowl if the Bills were in it and you were here. And everybody's at, like, the Outer Harbor. That'd be really cold, but whatever. You get the point. And, I'd kind of dabbled with soccer and the World Cup and the game against Algeria and all these moments, right? And it was that trip for me that seeing an entire continent take it on, like, all right, if I don't like this, it's because I'm an idiot. Like, this many people can't like something this much, and it stinks.
Right.
So I kind of made a point to immerse myself in it, toured Arsenal Stadium, bought a jersey, and I was like, these are my guys now. And also the FIFA video games helped a lot.
They do.
Which, that's how a lot of people I know got into hockey. I got into hockey from the hockey video games. And you learn the league, you learn the players. And, here I am, like, I've been an Arsenal fan for, 15 years now. It's been a long time.
It's been really invigorating to watch it grow in Buffalo because we went from finding there was a place in Hamburg, and it was JP, some Fitzgerald's or something. But, we migrated to watch soccer. And then all of a sudden, you would see, Mesquite popped up in North Buffalo. And people were like, are they really going to show soccer all the time?
Yeah, right.
And now there's 2 bars in Buffalo that will have almost any game you want to watch. And that's crazy to me. But the fact that it's accessible. And the coolest thing is, running FC Buffalo, we will see people come into the stadium and you'll be like, oh, there's a guy from England here, and I'm talking to him. Why is he here? He's like, because it's the team. You're looking for a place.
Yeah.
It's Tragically Hip song, looking for a place to happen. To me, that was soccer for 10 years. Looking for a place to happen, and it's just now happening. And everyone plays, and even the cool thing is, it's not at the point where all the men's leagues and women's leagues are filled with superstars. So like you played for a little bit.
I played for like one rec league year.
Right,
yes.
But you were an athletic enough guy. There was a place for you. So yeah, no, it's the best time. And when people are trying to find teams, it's my favorite part of the journey because every person should choose differently. Like you've mentioned Owen a few times.
Mm-hmm. He's picking in about 20 minutes.
Known him since he was a child.
That's right.
And I would go ahead and say that my advice, were I to be asked, will relate to his family a little bit. I think that it's different like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get into the season preview. I do want to ask you about FC Buffalo,
Sure.
about the Buffalo Pro Soccer
news and the soccer community, because we've talked to Peter Marlett. He's been in studio with us a couple times about that stadium, that project, and it's it's another opportunity to get people in front of the sport, and people obviously really love the sport. So I guess just a general overview of how the market is done with this and how these leagues in the United States, including USL, have what's the future look like, do you think, and what does it look like here?
Yeah, the USL is the most exciting one for me, and full disclosure, FC Buffalo is in USL League 2, and Peter's project's going to be in the championship, which is 2 divisions up and fully pro. And also Peter used to play for us, and I like him. So there's a lot of yes, I want this to happen. So I don't want to make it sound like, oh, Nick's going to tell you that this is going to be better than MLS or whatever. But I will tell you, it's more exciting. It feels more democratic, if you will. Mm-hmm. It feels more attainable. The Peters project is super exciting because I know he literally cares. So there was, there have been other people who've come into the scene and they've wanted to bring professional soccer here, and I don't doubt that they would have done a great job. But I mean, you've known me for 20 years now. I find the people who you can tell genuinely care about impacting Buffalo, and then I want to root for them. So it's been really fun to talk to him. I think he's in a position where he cares about the right things, and if anybody's going to make it happen, it needs to have that spirit of other people could, if they failed, it wouldn't crush them because they wouldn't be thinking, and it's in my city, right?
Right.
And just having that little onus on your shoulder. Yeah, I'm excited.
How much does the state of the teams, the other pro sports teams, factor here? Like the Bills are about to enter an entirely new era where I don't know if tickets will be more difficult to get. There will be fewer of them.
They'll be more expensive.
Right? They'll be more expensive.
Yeah.
And the new stadium is going to have fewer seats. Like I anticipate they'll do just fine, but 10,000 people a game are kind of pushed out. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're all brokers that had those seats, but they're selling them to people. So fewer people will go to those games. And, the Sabres, it's hard times right now. So, for a soccer team, and, the Bisons are here as well. And the Bandits, of course, crush. We know that. So, when looking at the general sports landscape, you feel like there's definitely a spot here for this.
Yeah, and I also think we've seen it so many times over the years. We've seen it with the Bandits, although I always make the joke, right? If there might be 16,890 Bandits fans, but they all come to every game, and it's a total party. You've seen it before. We've seen it in the past when UB basketball got hot, or women's basketball last year down the stretch when they made the tournament. And I think we will back anything that is fun. And soccer, at its core, is fun. It's why I would encourage anyone. First of all, travel because it's fun. But if you're overseas, there's going to be a game going on somewhere, and the first time you experience people singing for 90 minutes, different songs, getting behind it, and it's over in 2 hours too.
Yeah.
It is intoxicating. It is going to Dortmund, and I'd been to a few games overseas, but going to Dortmund changed how I view sports. To sit in the worst seat in the stadium, but you're 30 yards away from people, because that's the one thing that American sports would do that I think would be real fun. All the away people have to sit in one
together.
section. Yep.
Yeah, I have the same. Yeah. I had the same review. It's much better because also when that team scores, that part of the stadium goes nuts.
Yep.
As opposed to just every 7th seat somebody stands up.
Right.
I think
is afraid to stand up. That's the other part.
Yep.
You are going to wear your colors. One of the most intimidating things I did is I went to see Newcastle play at Stoke City. I was still working here, so we're talking 15 years ago. And walking into the away entrance, everyone, no matter what you're wearing, I had my jersey on under a sweatshirt so no one could see it was black and white. You are walking into an entrance where everyone knows you want the other team to win.
Yeah.
And you're in your own bar. You can't, your concessions is York. You can't get to the other parts of the stadium. And everyone there knows you're not with them.
It's good stuff. Whatever happened to Stoke?
They're I think they're still in the championship.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
They've been only in the championship. That's disappointing.
Yeah,
10 years.
Nick Mandola here talking a little soccer EPL season preview. Owen's big decision comes up in about 15 minutes. He's picking his team. All right, Nick. So let's get to the EPL season preview. And Liverpool, defending champs, they play today against Southampton today or Bournemouth.
Bournemouth. Yeah.
Okay, so they're going to
they're going to win. They should. Liverpool opens today. Arsenal and United is Sunday. Like, for anyone that doesn't watch this league all that religiously, there are no playoffs. They just play 38 games, and who had the most points?
Right, and they do the in-season tournaments, which the NBA that's going to be even bigger as time goes on. I've argued that every sport should do it.
Yeah.
Every sport should have an in-season tournament because if your team stinks, you've still got something you can win. And we saw it last year, or was it 2 years ago? Anyways, bad teams have won the cups. I am excited for this season. If you don't know, there's what we call the Big Four. The Big Four
used to be the Big Six, or there still is the Big Six teams, but you would say there's
the top four and the Big Six.
Yeah,
yes,
the Big
that's
Six.
right. Sorry. So the top four, you're trying to make the Champions League. It was 5 last year, but it's always guaranteed to be 4. So you've got Manchester United, Manchester City. They're obviously rivals. Liverpool, Arsenal, Tottenham, and I always forget one, Chelsea, when I'm doing this.
Yep.
Those teams are always expected to be in the discussion to finish in the top 4. But what I love about this season is for the first time in ages, really, I think you have 4 bona fide title contenders. Like 2 would be potentially surprises, but not surprises like shocked. Not like I can't believe that team won the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But this is literally like 4 teams, very good, deep at every position, world class. There's so much money in the Premier League now, and everyone spends. Everyone spends because if you don't spend, you get relegated. And the only disappointment about the money is that the 3 teams that come up are probably now going to be the 3 teams that go down. But this should be, I read on the BBC, they're calling it the potential GOAT season of the Premier League.
Wow. What a time to get in, Owen. You're getting in for the GOAT season.
Yeah.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, might have to wear a bell.
So the GOAT season, just because you say 4 teams would have a real legitimate chance, in the odds, like looking at the odds to win the league, last I saw, it's Liverpool and Arsenal are the top 2, and City is a shade behind, like a little bit of a gap there, which is new. I mean, City fell apart last year.
They did.
They totally fell apart.
The best player in the world got hurt, and it turned out he was the best player in the world.
Rodri.
Yeah.
With him, they never lose. Mm-hmm. And without him, they did not win nearly as much as they
didn't win it. They did not win a trophy last year, unless they won like one of those one-off Super Cups.
He's back?
He is back. He's not 100% yet.
Okay, because they win every game he ever plays.
Yeah.
In fact, doesn't he win every game he wins at Spain, too? Like,
oh, yeah.
He's never actually lost a soccer game in 40 years or something?
Don't even know how to make the comparison.
Okay.
The most complete, is he Kawhi Leonard maybe? Like the most complete player. You know, he's built in his offense. But I look at the league this year, and you have the 4 teams that I would mention as favorites, but you also have some giants who have been spending or have new managers. And you have Aston Villa, who is coming close to being a giant, multiple-time Champions League qualifier. For years, they've been called the biggest team that wasn't good, more or less. It's probably the wrong way to say it. So everyone's good now. Like, everyone is good. The teams that have come up from the championship, I think in other years, go back in time 10 years, and you might say, hey, they're going to stay safety. They're gonna make it into the top 17. Oh, maybe they'll make a push. And now you're like, wow, they'll be lucky to get out because the depth of talent is so good. So good.
So, I mean, do you want to start who's going to win it? I mean, who's in the mix? I mean,
let's go with the 4. I'll tell you the 4 teams that I think are favorites. You've got Chelsea, who won the Club World Cup. They're very deep. They're still very young. I think their manager is exceptional, Enzo Maresca. And last year they did well despite the fact that he was still learning the team. You have Manchester City, who have perhaps the best manager of all time. The question is whether their system works. The question is how healthy they are. They just lost Kevin De Bruyne, who's one of the best midfielders in the world. Erling Haaland, the best center forward in the world, missed 7 games last year and still almost was right in there for the Golden Boot discussion. He's back and healthy. Arsenal, your boys, are fantastic. And the only thing stopping some people from saying they could win the league is the fact they haven't done it before. Mm-hmm. And it's imperfect, we all agree.
Yep.
But there is a Bills element to it.
The last 7 years, Arsenal they are the Bills.
The difference is that Arsenal 25 years ago, were the best team in the world.
Right.
And no one doubted it. And then Liverpool, of course, who won the league last year and are spending like it's funny. Jurgen Klopp, their old manager, used to cry poor. And the minute he leaves, they're spending as much as anyone else.
That's why I'm calling Jurgen Klopp a system manager, by the way, because he left and they just won anyway. So, I mean, Liverpool fans were crying when he left. We'll never be the same.
He's just very likable.
I know. Yeah. They won the next year.
Yeah.
So those are the big four.
Yeah.
And my case to Owen, like he's choosing Bulldog likes United, so he could line up with his dad and root for United if they want to. Are they going to be good? They've been on hard times. Feels like United's last 6-7 years.
Yep.
Is like not quite Bill's drought, but I mean Arsenal went through a 6 to 7 to 8 year. We used to be a proper team, and you're a mess. And is United finally going to come back from that? Is that happening?
This is a big step for them this year. The difference is they've had a lot of not false dawns, but they'll claim a trophy. So the season will end. You'll be like, oh, you finished 7th. That's not befitting of Manchester United. But then you're like, oh, but you won that trophy, and they've had that to lean on, and they've had bid name managers, or they'll buy someone. They'll buy a Zlatan out of nowhere, and people will be like, oh, are they back? This is a system rebuild. I really like the manager. And what they were missing was clinical finishers and also, I don't want to say getting rid of dead weight, but we've seen this in American sports all the time where the players are still good, but it's the change of scenery argument. Like, get them out of the room because, yeah, they're fantastic, but they've lost here, and that we know that here in Buffalo. It can seep into the building.
It's amazing how many times that mindset is used, and the success stories are the ones we're going to remember for that. Like you would say when the Bills got rid of Sammy Watkins and Ronald Darby, it was in part to like start again.
Right.
I'm here. I'm the coach. This is my operation, and I've got to build it from the ground up. For Arsenal and Arteta, this was Aubameyang. Like, get him out of here.
Yeah.
The season of all or nothing. And Lacazette maybe as well, but I think Aubameyang was really the one.
Well, he was the one who was late for meetings.
Yeah,
and
he was like, the culture must change. This incredible player that we spent all this money on has to go for me, the manager, to do my job.
He was wary of the process. There was no trust.
That's right. So, yeah.
Arsenal this year, it should be your year.
All right.
It should be your year.
This is great for Arsenal being the Bills.
Yeah.
This is great.
As someone who has predicted the Bills to win the Super Bowl for the better part of, how old am I? 43 years.
Yeah.
Doesn't always go that way.
No, that's right.
Or ever.
They haven't won the league in 22 years. It's been a long time.
It has been a long time.
A really long time. They finished second like 5 times in a row. So your pick is Arsenal?
I am picking Arsenal to win the Premier League, yeah. I think it's going to be very close. There are 4 phenomenal teams. I don't want to bet against Man City, but they've done enough to put me off of them. Liverpool is going through some change. I think they are also phenomenal, especially if they buy Alexander Isak from my boys Newcastle. But they've just had a very strange year, and there are so many variables. And they also had what may not buoy them, it's a horrible thing to say, but I wonder if they will have a team of vibes because they literally went through what the Blue Jackets went through last year as Diogo Jota, one of their star forwards, passed away in a car accident this summer. And,
right.
I think people have kind of sentimentally, even if they don't like Liverpool, kind of knotted them up a little bit in their books. Like, man, I hope that that they can get it. But they've won plenty recently. Incredibly strong team. I'm like I said, I'm buzzing, man. But Arsenal, to me, they've signed a player, Martin Zubamendi, center defensive midfielder, similar to a Rodri type role, also Spanish. Important to the Spanish national team, but what he's going to do is he's going to open up Declan Rice, who had to be a little bit more defensive than he'd want to be. He's going to open up Martin Odegaard, and they've just made so many smart signings this year. They have no business not at least being in this argument into the final stretch.
Nick Mendola. Who should Owen pick?
So who should Owen pick?
You don't have to make it from his finalists, but if you were advising someone today, like, I'm going to get in, who should I pick?
So I'm sentimental here in that my son has not selected the team that I root for, at least in England.
You're Newcastle.
I'm Newcastle.
And he chose?
He chose Chelsea. He toured Chelsea Stadium, and it was the year Pulisic signed there, and that was it for him. And now he's got a Chelsea flag in his bedroom.
And he loves Cole Palmer.
just a disqualifying haircut.
Yeah, I
But
agree with that.
He
I
does.
agree.
He does.
It's a
love,
terrible haircut, but
it's amongst the worst. He looks like he's from the Middle Ages. He looks, like they put a bowl on his. Anyways, I think conceptually, if there is any chance you're ever going to travel with your father to Europe to go to the club that you both root for, I think is really intriguing. And as much as I do not like Manchester United, they've been down for a while as well, like total mess for a while. And so you're coming out of it. It's Arsenal 6 years ago. It's Liverpool 7 years ago. So if for him, that's why I said it's a case by case. I would not choose Manchester United for almost anyone else.
Yeah.
But the dad connection, especially when the dad is like an older brother to me, I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
Going to the stadium, sing the songs.
This is convincing.
United.
This is making me regret. I eliminated them yesterday.
Oh.
We'll see. We'll see if they have
do whatever you want.
An Undertaker moment.
Your process can be whatever it needs. Yeah, I sent you the video of us reacting to him suggesting he chose City.
Yes.
He was still in his final form. All right, we got to get to a break. You can hang out. You can leave whatever you want. You got something to do, you can go. If you want to hang out for his pick, you can do that.
I don't. I'll hang out,
We can talk
if you
about,
want me to.
We can talk about anything. We can talk about the Cloud Gate in Chicago. I mean, it's Friday before a joint practice with the Bears. It's 88 degrees outside. It's hot again. It's hot every day.
It is. It was 35 degrees for 6 straight months. You realize this?
Yep.
That was the worst.
Yep.
So I will not complain. I'm not oppressively hot, but it wasn't -2.
True.
And it was never 50. It was just 35 today. Brown snow on the street.
I just want to start doing a thing where every year there's a shirt to commemorate the hottest and coldest days at the stadium. Ooh. Because the preseason game against the Giants was 1 million degrees. And then when they host the AFC Championship game, it'll be, -5.
Yeah.
And just like that gap to me, for some reason, that entertains me so much to consider, we're at a game today, and in 4 months we'll be at a game 100 degrees colder.
Are we always number one on the differential list in each season?
I don't know about that. I feel like Kansas City is also in the mix. Maybe Green Bay. Maybe.
Very interesting.
Maybe Chicago. I mean, Chicago gets cold.
What a city.
Yeah. Well, they're in Chicago today and through the weekend. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Owen's big decision. His LeBron James decision is next.
I wonder about Brady. Thanks, Tim. I wonder about Brady if he's the next Ben Johnson. And by that I mean he stays where he is a little longer until the right job comes. Right? Like Ben Johnson was the hot coaching candidate in football for a couple seasons. He was the offensive coordinator for the Lions for 3 years and the passing game coordinator for the Lions in 2021. But Ben Johnson took the job this year. He was very much thought to definitely going to take a job 2 years ago and didn't. And Brady, he got a couple of calls, right? An interview last year. I wonder if this upcoming season is the year that Brady gets a lot more of that and kind of decides for himself. Ben Johnson, his arc was, I'm waiting for the right job. Chicago came open, and it's Caleb Williams and an offense that's looks ready-made for him. For Brady, not all jobs are the same. What's the better job, the Charger job or the Saints job? Herbert versus what? A retiring Derek Carr. What's the better job? If the Miami job comes available, is that a job that the hottest coordinator on the market's going to want? I mean, you just had an offensive mind. Mike McDaniel's there. Maybe they have a good season, maybe not. But he's a bright offensive mind and has had a very, very good record with Tua when Tua plays. Is the next coach going in there and going to hitch his wagon to a quarterback that misses time? And if he misses time, your offense isn't as good and you're going to pay for it with your own job. Like, not all jobs are the same. Obviously, I mean, you guys know that. And that's where, as much as I think we would all agree Brady is a great candidate to be a head coach and will be talked about a lot, I'm not going to treat it as a lock that he goes until we know what jobs are open. Like, who's the best quarterback whose coach gets fired this season? That's a good question.
Man, you don't
want to do that.
Man City would be hilarious.
No, it would not. It would not be hilarious.
This
absolutely not
is why I said
fireable offense.
Yeah, absolutely not.
We're down to the final four. We've got Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, and Manchester City.
Well, everybody is on pins and needles across the country, particularly those teams. The answer to the question everybody wants to know: what's your decision?
Oh, look at this. Jim Gray is here for the announcement. The legendary Jim Gray. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Nick Mandola's in for a little bit here, hanging out. Some soccer talk. It's, of course, Bills-Bears this weekend. They have a practice today and then a preseason game on Sunday at 8 p.m. If there are any reviews in this game, I swear, I will go to Chicago and break the replay system. All right, Owen, it's time. It's time to make your decision.
Big moment.
If you want to get through it, if you want to talk to us, I feel like I should be Jim Gray here. Did you find that you're deciding up to the last minute? Did you find that you had something in your heart from the start and nothing could get you off of that? Did you seek counsel of other fan bases?
I've gone through a lot of stages of this process. Day one, I was immediately just like, I was gonna pick Arsenal because you made such a hard bargain. Like, it sounded awesome. You sent me that Saka video.
Yes. My case for Arsenal, Nick, among others, is that they have one of the best players in the world who's fun to watch. He's young. He's awesome.
He's my pick for player of the year this coming year.
There you go.
See, that's all very exciting. I would think for the same reasons that I had to eliminate Liverpool, I feel I have to eliminate Arsenal from this Final Four.
We're used to it.
I don't feel right if I join now and you guys win this year. What am I doing?
That's true. I tried this with the SEC football. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pick an SEC team because that's the only real league. I picked LSU and they won it right away, and I was like, well, that stinks. Like, I actually didn't want that.
I don't want that.
That is not. You actually want to think they're going to win a bunch and then not. Yeah. So thank you for not picking Arsenal. Now they will win it.
And now I want to go on that ride with you, but that's your ride to take. That's not my ride to take. So I've got my little sheets here. Some of them are bigger than others. Arsenal.
Okay. Hold on. Let me look at the video. Wow. Oh, wow. He's terrible. I mean, disrespecting the shield.
Stepping on the logo.
What are we doing here?
Bye-bye.
Wow.
Okay. So, and then the next day, I was thinking about, I did a bunch of research. It's like, I'm not going to do Arsenal. I'd realized that it's probably not the best pick. Just, they're too good, whatever. Who's slightly worse, maybe, that maybe nobody I know is doing?
Okay.
Chelsea. That was my next thought.
Okay.
Chelsea seems awesome. And then I did enough research to realize they've spent like $1 billion and don't have anybody good anyways, basically. Right? Nick, close?
They've got some good
They
players.
have spent an absurd amount. They have so many players.
Yeah.
Right.
I like to say one thing about Chelsea. Due respect to my friends that like Chelsea, I just like to say nobody likes anybody that likes Chelsea.
Well,
I just like saying that.
I'm a little bit of a sucker for the blue jersey, though, because everyone's red.
the blue I did like. The blue I did like. But for the ownership, whatever, I didn't vibe with all of that. So Chelsea also out. So now we are down to my final two. Manchester City and Tottenham Hotspurs.
Wow.
That is what we've got here.
This is like, hold on, let me make a comparison.
There's really only one answer here.
This is a comparison. Oh, hey, who's in the Super Bowl this year? Oh, it's going to be the Chiefs and the Eagles. Cool. Cool.
Well, so Tottenham, I've gotten so much love. Like, so many guys I'm getting messages from. Like, you got to pick Tottenham.
Huge
Tottenham's
Buffalo
awesome.
supporter.
There is a big supporter
The
group here,
Banshee
yes.
might as well be lily white. That's
Right.
their color.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so and I'm going tonight. I'm going to the Banshee this afternoon with my buddy who's a Liverpool fan. He was very sad I eliminated Liverpool. So that's all very exciting. And obviously, Manchester City is
You get the Oasis angle. I like that.
That's a fun pick.
Get
for me.
Oasis and Johnny Marr from the Smiths.
I mean, I hope they are financially punished into relegation.
Yeah, it's
and
a
then you'll just have to
possibility.
pick again. They won't be punished into relegation, but still, we're still waiting on like them to lose 20 points because of cheating.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So I've made my decision. It took me until literally in this break. I was not sure who I was going to pick.
Is it Brentford?
It is not Brentford. It is not Manchester City. It is also not Tottenham.
Wow.
We're going with Manchester United. I'm going with my dad.
Look at this. This is big.
Nick, you convinced me.
The blood rules.
You had to do it.
Now you got to go to Old Trafford.
I drew the logo in the break.
Commitment. I want you to put
Dragon and all.
I want you to put that logo drawn. Yeah, that goes on the bulletin board behind you.
Is it Josh Allen level bad?
Actually, pretty good. We used to have a game we played in the studio called Spontaneous Logo.
Oh,
remember that?
Yeah.
We would say like, close your eyes and draw the Flyers logo, and you'd have to try and do it. And then we had pictures of them up here. It was a fun game. You ever bored? Play Spontaneous Logo.
Yeah, so Man U. That's I originally I can't do the same team as Dad. Whatever, that's lame. I don't want to do it.
You got something in common with Rory McIlroy.
I'll tell you, I think it's fine because of multiple reasons. I'm glad you picked United over both Tottenham and City, to be totally honest. Because there would have been a time that jumping on United would have been lame.
Very.
And right now is not one of those times.
Yeah, for 15 years, they were unequivocally always going to be in the discussion, ran better than everybody, and cocky.
Yep.
And
it would have been Duke, the Yankees. Congratulations. But, it's a great time to buy.
They're a fallen angel, which is funny because they're the Red Devils, Jeremy.
I like it. I like it.
I really like that.
United.
So right. I did a little more work last night and was looking at them, and I realized I had eliminated them yesterday and kind of felt stupid for that. And Nick, you got me with the go. If we're gonna go one day, that would be awesome.
You have that moment, you walk in, and it's like, boom.
You and your dad. Yeah. Pretty good.
Yep.
You join a list of very famous Man United fans.
Oh, yeah.
My dad told me when we were talking about this the other day, I was talking about Tottenham, I think, or Chelsea I was talking about. And he goes, oh, Joe Strummer was a Chelsea fan. And then he looks it up and he went, actually, that's not right. He was an Arsenal fan. Ooh. And it almost got me over to you. So there's all these celebrity people I had to consider too. That was always jacked me up a little bit. Gotta think about that. That's part of my selection.
Idris Elba is Arsenal.
Yeah.
But I'm super pumped. It'll be fun for me and him to watch the games.
Yeah, it won't be too fun on Sunday when you get your brains beat in by Arsenal, but that's okay.
Great place to start.
It's a great place to start.
That was not...
Starts with a loss.
Not lost on me. That was our first game.
Sunday, 11:30.
Man U, here I am.
Man U's famous fans. You need a jersey now. You need to start saying things like we,
Exactly.
The lads.
Andrew Bynum is a Man U fan.
Of course he is.
I've got a long list here. A long list. Brad Pitt. I guess. Brad Pitt.
Rey Mysterio.
Wow. That's a name. All right. I want to find like the best name on this list. Who could it possibly be? I don't know. It's all alphabetical. Enrique Iglesias, does that speak to you? Maybe not. Gary Oldman.
Rory's the one for me that I always come back to.
Yeah.
Rory's good. I like
Rory's
Rory. Recently, he's been a little whatever, but
he has been a little whatever. Yeah.
He's ornery.
Well,
it's because of Man United.
It might be. He won the Masters. Relax.
He did.
Exactly.
Rory's like the Bills, too, winning the Masters. All right. Well, congratulations, Owen. I hope your team loses.
It was a fun process. I know. I hope your team loses, too, now. I get to say that and believe it. So I'm very excited. It's going to be fun. So thanks for making this whole production so much fun. That was a blast. I'm excited to dive in headfirst into the Man U fanhood.
Yeah. Extendo Sports coming up, and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Bills in Chicago today for joint practice with the Bears. Of course, Sal will keep everybody updated throughout the morning, and the preseason game Sunday is going to be here on WGR as well. That could be the favorite. I wonder about Brady. Thanks, Tim. I wonder about Brady if he's the next Ben Johnson, and by that I mean he stays where he is a little longer until the right job comes. Right, like Ben Johnson was the hot coaching candidate in football for a couple seasons. He was the offensive coordinator for the Lions for 3 years, and the passing game coordinator for the Lions in 2021. But Ben Johnson took the job this year. He was very much thought to definitely going to take a job 2 years ago and didn't. And Brady, he got a couple of calls, right? An interview last year. I wonder if this upcoming season is the year that Brady gets a lot more of that and kind of decides for himself. Ben Johnson, his arc was, I'm waiting for the right job. Chicago came open, and it's Caleb Williams and an offense that's looks ready-made for him. For Brady, not all jobs are the same. What's the better job, the Charger job or the Saints job? Herbert versus what? A retiring Derek Carr. What's the better job? If the Miami job comes available, is that a job that the hottest coordinator on the market's going to want? I mean, you just had an offensive mind. Mike McDaniel's there. Maybe they have a good season, maybe not. But he's a bright offensive mind and has had a very, very good record with Tua when Tua plays. Is the next coach going in there and going to hitch his wagon to a quarterback that misses time? And if he misses time, your offense isn't as good, and you're going to pay for it with your own job. Like, not all jobs are the same. Obviously, I mean, you guys know that. And that's where, as much as I think we would all agree Brady is a great candidate to be a head coach and will be talked about a lot, I'm not going to treat it as a lock that he goes until we know what jobs are open. Like, who's the best quarterback whose coach gets fired this season? That's a good question, who that could be. The favorites for getting fired are Brian Daboll, and that's Jackson Dart. Like, are you signing up for Jackson Dart? If Jackson Dart does enough on tape to look good, I mean, Brian Daboll might keep his job. So you're a coach just kind of going into that mess. What's your reaction when you saw the Cook news come down? We got breaking news during our show, which was really exciting on Wednesday at 7:30.
That was nice of Brandon Bean to do that for you.
Beautiful, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think James Cook is a tremendous football player. As for me, like a lot of people, I was like, well, how much do you pay a running back? No offense to James. It's really more about the position and the value you place on the position. So my biggest concern was, what's the number going to be? How's it going to affect the cap? If they extend James Cook, does that mean they're not keeping David Edwards? Do they not, keep Torrance down the road? Or let's see, I think McGovern and Edwards, I think, are free agents after this season. Mm-hmm. So that was my concern, Jeremy. I think he's a tremendous football player. I'd obviously much rather have him on this team. I think they're a much better offense with James Cook on it. I'd like to see James Cook get a little bit more action and maybe get some more touches than he got last season, even though they're very deep at running back. So I'm thrilled he's here. I'm glad he's sticking around for, the extension. That's great. And it sounds like it's not going to be a big problem, at least for the next 2 years with the cap. I want to say, what is it, like in 27, his cap number shoots up to like 13. So down the road, they're going to have an issue. But the other thing that was cool, Cook getting done, is all the heavy lifting was also done, right? Josh's contract was restructured, Shakir, Bernard, Benford, like all the key players that you would identify and say.
Airs first here, guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550, 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
Okay, time for Extendo Sports. As the Bills gear up to go to Chicago. Well, they're on their way. They're there. Sal's there. Bills-Bears joint practice. Injury news. Big part of this, like who's available, who's not. Hopefully they get through this whole thing healthy onto the season opener. So stay tuned for updates on all that. Preseason game airs on Sunday, 8 p.m. One thing about the Dawkins injury, I want to tell you this because this is kind of funny. So talking with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski on the Bill Squad show yesterday, which we do with the Locked On Bills channel and on YouTube as well. Just search Locked On Bills Squad. Jerry had a good take on Dawkins and the back flare-up, suggesting that NFL veteran, preseason, we got to go to Chicago. Maybe my back hurts a little bit. Jerry joked that, an NFL vet might just find their way to, I feel like I should take it easy. So who knows? We'll see if Dawkins is available, if they have him out there, if he made the trip. That back flare up for Dawkins, something to watch. Spencer Brown had his. It went away. It was fine. On and on. Premier League season starts today. Very exciting. Get me my 7 a.m. sports. It's all I want in my life. Is to wake up at 7:30 and make a coffee and put a game on. It's beautiful. Today, Liverpool and Bournemouth at 3 p.m. And then, what's tomorrow's schedule? How early are we going? Are we going at 7:30 in the morning? Yes, Aston Villa and Newcastle at 7:30. You love to see it. You just love to see it. Got some golf. Got the good stuff, It's that time. On the PGA Tour tournament schedule, Bob McIntyre's -8. Stop me if you've heard this before. Tommy Fleetwood's near the top. Scheffler is 4 back in the BMW Championship here. Fleetwood. I mean, he's not leading, so if he was leading, you could bet him to not win, but eventually he will. He's a good guy, so it'd be nice if he did, but Scheffler 4 under, Hovland 3 under. So one thing about the BMW Championship and like this FedEx, the tournament as it goes along, they're at East Lake, and you definitely get like the best golfers. The field is always, the leaderboard is always pretty stacked. So they kind of build that in with the format that they have, which is great. What else? What else today? This weekend it's going to be hot. Thinking about going to the fair. Demolition Derby this weekend.
I'm going to the fair for the Demolition Derby because my cousin's in it.
In the Derby?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, first time for him, too. I'm excited.
How do you get into the Derby?
You just buy a car and...
You could just enter? There's not like professional Derby drivers?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Just buy an old broke down... Well, no, you don't want it to be broken down.
That's what he did. He just
bought a car. He's like, I'm going to ram this into stuff.
Fixed it up. You got to put certain things on it to make it, survive.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
What do you put on it?
I don't know. That's a him thing. I just was told that that's what he did. He said he bought the car like a few months ago and did a bunch of work to it, and now he's ready to go for Sunday. So I'm excited. It's going to be a good time. Last night of the fair, too, on Sunday.
That means it's the end of summer. That's what that means. Summer comes to an end when the fair ends. All right. Stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. And, again, tune in on Sunday. Sunday we've got the game, of course. The Bills and the Bears. Preseason game number 2. Last time the Bills played the Bears in the preseason in Chicago, which, by the way, they played the Bears a bunch lately. They played last year. Caleb Williams came here. A couple years ago, they go to Chicago, get that great comeback game with A.J. McCarron. Then traded him. So we'll see what happens. Who gets the first reps at quarterback? Hopefully not Josh Allen. That's what I'm going to say. Do not play Josh Allen in that game. Back Monday on WGR.